Carol Kagan once said, and I quote, "Bad things do happen in the world, like war, disease, and natural disasters. But out of those situations always arise stories of ordinary people doing extraordinary things. COVID-19 pandemic has taught us exactly that today. Hello and welcome everyone. I am Anup Velaidan, your host this afternoon. On behalf of the Indian Council of Medical Research, it's my honor to welcome you to the special technical session we are hosting for the 5th World Congress on Disaster Management titled Building a Resilient Biomedical Disaster Response, Learning from the COVID-19 Pandemic. ICMR has been invited as a key knowledge partner this year at the Congress due to our collective resilience in understanding the epidemiology of the pandemic, the nature of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, our indigenously developed vaccine, and carefully formulated public health policy, which is actually based on real-time field data, which keeps changing all over the state in the various parts of the country. For long-term research and knowledge building in this domain, ICMR has constituted the Biosafety and Biosecurity Cell, a multi-sectoral group of professionals from epidemiology and communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, and basic medical sciences division. And it is also hosted at the BMS division. For our technical session today, we have a very eminent panel of chairpersons and subject matter experts as speakers. I would now like to invite Professor Dr. Balram Bhargava, DG ICMR and Secretary, Department of Health Research, Government of India, for an introductory address. Please.
Thank you, Anup. Thank you. Lieutenant General Dr. Velu Nair, Dr. Samiran Panda, Dr. Rajiv Sadanand, Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, the chairpersons of this session. Welcome to this breakout session of the special technical session of the World Congress for Disaster Management. You know, we have just gone through the major pandemic, probably not yet over. We have seen that all routine life came to a standstill. Flights were grounded, healthcare systems were choked, global supply chains were disrupted. Everything that we took for granted went for a toss. After 18 months of firefighting, we still can't say with confidence that the pandemic is behind us. So this is the disaster that we have faced once in a century, and there are learnings from this disaster. But more importantly, why this disaster occurred is because the public health spending has been less. People have not been spending on epidemiology. Not only in India, but in many parts of the world, public health spending has to expand, and that is expanding. And a lot has been committed by the government to take the global expand on healthcare to 2.5%, as well as a 64,000 crore for the PMA for surveillance, disease surveillance, and for preparation for the One Health Institute, for preparation of the 4 regional centers of National Institute of Virology. So I think the government is committed for that, and also funding for the NCDC to take together this the whole surveillance process forward. So why are we seeing this pandemic is, as I mentioned, first is limited spending on public health. The second is that we have been not protecting our environment. We have not been protecting our ecology, and we have been cutting trees unscrupulously, and that has led to the migration of animals like bats, etc., to the cities and spread of disease. We have to be very careful. We have to protect our environment, and in this, not only the medical disasters, pandemics, but we will also are seeing the other disasters, which are natural disasters because of global warming, floods, cyclones, and droughts, etc. So I think that is the second thing. The first is the limited spending on public health. Second is the not protecting our environment. And the third important point that we are seeing, why we are seeing this pandemic, is because of the fact that there is extreme connectivity before the pandemic, too much of travel, too much of pollution, too much of extreme connectivity, which was responsible for the climate change, global warming, and the effect as a pandemic. So I think in this session, I would request, we have a galaxy of speakers, excellent speakers, both nationally and internationally. And we are going to have a feast of discussions. But more importantly, I would request the chairpersons of this pandemic, of this session, to prepare a Delhi declaration on building a resilient biomedical disaster response, learning from the COVID pandemic, maybe a sort of a white paper, one or a Delhi declaration, that what are the bullet points that the government can do and the government should do. Because the Prime Minister has already given a 10-point agenda for disaster management. If we could have a Delhi declaration on biomedical disaster response, or the biomedical aspect of it, that would be very useful, not only from the ICMR's perspective, from the Ministry of Health's perspective, but also from the Government of India's perspective. So this is an idea which I have given to the chairpersons. If they are able to prepare that a declaration, we will disseminate it, and if the stakeholders are convinced with that, then we could take it forward to its logical end. So with this, I will request to please go ahead and look forward to the deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind talk. I would now like to introduce the chairpersons on the same note that you said, sir. Our first chairperson is Dr. Velu Nair. General Nair is an alumnus of the Armed Forces Medical College and was commissioned in the Army Medical Corps 4 decades ago. He is a hematologist of international repute and a recognized teacher for both postgraduate and doctoral level courses. He has been actively involved in the COVID-19 response. He is an avid researcher in infectious diseases, stem cells, and also malignancies, and in disaster responses. Thank you for joining us, sir. Warm welcome to you. The second chairperson for the second session is Dr. Samaran Panda. Dr. Panda is the head of epidemiology and communicable diseases at the division of Indian Council of Medical Research. He is an astute clinician and a researcher of 30 years of standing. He also serves as the director of one of the premier institutes of ICMR, namely the National AIDS Research Institute, which is located in Pune. The third chairperson we have today, Dr. Rajiv Sadanandan. Dr. Sadanandan is the CEO of Health Systems Transformation Platform, a think tank on the health policy and systems. He has worked as Health Secretary of Kerala State and was the Chief Executive Officer of Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, India's national social health insurance program, in addition to holding many other positions in the state and central government. The fourth chairperson we have for today is Professor Sachin Chaturvedi. Professor Chaturvedi is currently Director General at the Research and Information Systems for Developing Countries, RIS. It's a New Delhi-based think tank. He works on issues related to development economics involving development finance, sustainable development goals, South-South cooperation apart from trade, investment, and innovation linkages with special focus on World Trade Organization. I would now share these sessions planned with you, especially for the chairpersons. We have 4 heavily packed sessions lined up for you today. Each speaker will have a window of 10 minutes to talk, one after the another. We would have a chime at the 8th minute to inform the speaker to wind up on time and conclude shortly also, so that the other speaker coming in line can maintain his time. At the end of each session, the chairperson will summarize the session and also offer their views on the subjects discussed. This session will be live streamed at the World Congress at IIT Delhi and all ICMR institutes and all collaborating national institutes via YouTube. For all our audience, I would just like to inform you that you can send any questions in the YouTube chat box with your email address and also mention your directed speaker, please. We will ensure that post-session, the speaker will get your questions and revert back to you on your email. The chairperson will also allow one question to be answered live if we have sufficient time. So, General Nair, over to you for the first session, sir.
Unmute karo.
Sir, we can't hear you. Could you just unmute yourself?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anup. I would like to, at the outset, thank Dr. Balram Bhargav, the Secretary DHR and Secretary of the DGICMR, for having given me this opportunity to chair the first session of the special technical conference that we are doing in this breakout session on building a resilient biomedical disaster response, learning from the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Balram has very nicely, in a few minutes, captured all the vital points that actually matter in this pandemic, and he's actually set the tone for this whole conference. Dr. Anup has also told you the rules of the game, and adherence of time is paramount, because otherwise the conference will be derailed in terms of timings. So what he said, 8 minutes for the live talks, there'll be a chime, and 10 minutes we will wind up that talk. At the end of the talks, the session, the chairs will summarize. I'm just repeating this, but just for the audience to know, those who have joined us now will be summed up and questions will be taken, time permitting. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Anup.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Ian Lipkin. Dr. Lipkin is the Director of Center of Solutions for Chronic Fatigue Syndrome, the Joan Snow Professor of Epidemiology at Columbia University Vagelos College of Physicians and Surgeons, and the Director of Center of Infections and Immunity with the Mailman School of Public Health at Columbia University. This is a pre-recorded session, and we will take questions through your chat boxes, please.
Thank you for the kind invitation to join this conference. I wish I could be with you in person and look forward to joining you soon. I'm going to speak today about pandemics, our responses to them, and ways in which they can be contained. In this first data slide, you see the burden associated with a wide range of pandemics, ranging from Marburg and Ebola, the filoviruses to paramyxoviruses, and more recently, coronaviruses, SARS, MERS, and of course, COVID-19. The factors that are responsible for the emergence of these threats are listed on the right side of the screen: changes in the way that we use land, centralization of the food industry, human susceptibility to infection as a result of the use of drugs and HIV/AIDS, and of course, international trade and commerce. These will only increase over the coming years, and it's important that we find ways in which we can mitigate these risks. In addition to the threats to human health, we also have an extraordinary economic impact. I've listed some of those here, and I use these slides frequently to illustrate to decision makers that not only is it important to consider these in the terms of public health, but that in fact a proactive approach to dealing with infectious diseases is actually economically important as well. Mauricio Cardenas in The Economist recently predicted that COVID-19 may be responsible for a loss of up to 22 trillion US dollars through 2025. There are many factors I've already alluded to that are important in making predictions about how these infectious diseases emerge. Another important feature, of course, is climate change, which is on everyone's mind at present. And we anticipate that as we see a continuously warming climate, the distribution of ticks and mosquitoes, which are vectors of important diseases such as malaria, dengue, Zika, chikungunya, yellow fever, as well as infectious agents that we don't even yet know, will continue to increase and be a problem. Global air travel is another challenge because it leads to the rapid dissemination of infectious agents from areas where they emerge to other parts of the world. This is an illustration of the nonstop flights between JFK, LaGuardia Airport, and Newark that we have in the United States, and you have similar challenges in India. The point I want to highlight here is the total number of passengers. It's close to 140 million, and there's an enormous amount of cargo as well, 1.4 million tons. These are similar data that we have from Mumbai and New Delhi, 120 million passengers and 2 million tons of cargo. We also have a legal trade in wildlife, much larger than many of us appreciate, as illustrated in this slide. and perhaps even more important, the illegal wildlife trade, which can result in infected animals being trafficked from one portion of the world to another. When we think in terms of the origins of SARS-CoV-2, many of us believe that these probably came from wildlife markets. And prior to the appearance of the COVID-19 pandemic, studies of Wuhan wet markets revealed that there were tens of thousands of animals that were sold, any one of which could have been the source for the original infection of humans. I'm going to talk a little bit about the work that we've done in India, just to illustrate the fact that we are active with you, and we want to highlight that. And we look at this as an opportunity to encourage future collaborations. This was initially begun with Vijay Bondre when he was at NIV, and we were investigating encephalitis in Uttar Pradesh. This was done at the invitation of the director of ICMR at the time, Soumya Swaminathan, who asked us to come in and bring high-throughput sequencing for viruses and bacteria. This is the hospital that was being built at that point in Gorapur to house children who were in overcrowded conditions. And of course, you're familiar with the factors that lead to these infections among Musahar children, with flooding in and around the region of Uttar Pradesh. When we began this work with high-throughput sequencing, to our surprise, we identified many examples where there were viruses that were present in CSF that we thought should have been caught using other methods. But the most interesting finding was these rickettsial species, which has been similar findings to work that's been done by other groups, including at ICMR, different rickettsial species, in this case, Orientia, Tsutsugamushi, rickettsia. And by adding to this a serological approach, we resolved over the course of these molecular and serological assays, the vast majority of these types of infections. So these sorts of methods are going to be extremely important going forward. I also want to highlight the importance of emerging infections and threats to food security. And we've done work with salmon as well as tilapia, and these are important sources of proteins. Our work in Norway revealed a novel reovirus that was infecting salmon. It initially began in large farms located off the coast of Norway and then subsequently spread to other parts of the world. This is the novel reovirus. And the point that I want to highlight here is that when we did this work, we identified segments that could not be identified using BLAST, and that required some other sorts of approaches to understand, in fact, how this virus was causing disease. And now, of course, we have diagnostics and vaccines. Tilapia lake virus is another problem. This was highlighted by the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations as an extremely important problem, which is also worldwide. And in this case, working with colleagues in Israel, we identified a novel orthomyxovirus-like agent that we only found by using very tortuous sorts of molecular gymnastics. So again, nothing was identified by BLAST, but because the segments of the unique genes that were identified in the infected fish had similar sequences at their termini, we reasoned that they likely bound a polymerase encoded by the virus, and this in fact is what transpired. Now, how do we prevent the next pandemic? We've recently built a program which we hope you will want to join, called the Global Alliance for Preventing Pandemics. The initial resources for this particular program have been provided by Jeff Skoll, who was the first president of eBay. The notion behind this program is that we will find a way to automate analysis of sequence data and serological data and provide platforms that are cloud-based for sharing data and for facilitating communication. And this will give us the first global immune system. These will provide inputs to WHO as well as ministries of health around the world. We've begun this sort of work as illustrated here in Brazil and Mali and Liberia and Indonesia. And where necessary, we've built biocontainment laboratories, for example, here with the BSL-3 laboratory in Indonesia. We've already had instances where we've had success in detecting outbreaks of monkeypox, as well as providing data to WHO on the emergence of new variants of coronaviruses. We are anticipating expansion to Democratic Republic of Congo, Peru, Uganda, Kenya, and I've already done some work in Mongolia, where we've learned, in fact, that the spread and the increase in infection there was not due to the emergence of Delta in Mongolia, but rather to the relaxation of certain methods for control, such as masking and physical distancing. One of the things that I want to highlight is that in addition to thinking about the emergence of viruses as we typically think of them, there's this whole new field of digital virology, which is leading to the rapid spread of disinformation. A few years ago, I was successful in inhibiting the release of a film called Vax, which was previously scheduled for wide distribution, that tackled the importance of MMR vaccine with all sorts of misinformation, suggesting that these MMR vaccines caused autism, which of course they don't. There's other films that have come out as well, something called Plandemic, which is targeted Tony Fauci and me for the work that we're doing with respect to COVID. These sorts of media reports have also led to the promotion of false panaceas for treatment of these things. These were actually pushed by our former president, Donald Trump. Hydroxychloroquine is one example, ivermectin is another, and we anticipated some of these problems in the film Contagion, with which I was involved a few years ago, which is illustrated there by this snapshot of Alan Crumwood, played by Jude Law. This illustrates the importance of being proactive in addressing these sorts of issues. In a single minute over the internet, there are close to 6 million Google searches, 12 million messages sent via iMessage, and of course we have Facebook and many other platforms. So anything that goes viral, as we like to talk about it, can have a profound impact on whether or not we're successful in public health. In summary, what I tried to cover in this very rapid talk can be boiled down to 4 points. The first is that known and novel agents will continue to emerge and reemerge. These will be threats not only to the health of humans, wildlife, and domestic animals, but also to our food security. Many of the challenges in detection and response are largely logistic and political. We need to find ways in which we can share data and work together to ensure our survival as a species. Therefore, international collaboration and transparency are something on which we should focus. These have implications not only for public health, but for economic well-being. And I would encourage everyone not to underestimate the potential impact of disinformation and misinformation that can spread in a very viral fashion, and that we need to find new ways to invest in finding ways to contain these threats. Again, thank you very much for this invitation, and I look forward to visiting you in India again very soon.
Many thanks, Dr. Lipkin. I would now move to our second speaker for the day, Dr. Amit Ghosh. Dr. Ghosh is J.C. Bose Chair, Professor at National Academy of Sciences and a former Director of CSIR Institute of Microbial Technology, Chandigarh. Dr. Ghosh is a fellow of all the 3 national academies in India and also of the Biotechnology Research Society of India. He's also a member of Sigma Phi, the Scientific Research Society of America. Over to you, sir, for your talk.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. As Dr. Lipkin said, that we are now passing through a major pandemic, and many others happened in the past. But all I'd like to say, may I have the next slide, please? That there is a next slide, please. Could I have the next slide, please? Yeah, there's nothing really surprising about the disease emergence, because this Egyptian demographer, Abdul Umran, coined the term the epidemiological transition, which is actually shift in humanity's relation with the disease. And it's always linked to the major changes, which Professor Lipkin also alluded to. And therefore, with 3 major, next slide, please. If the slide transition takes time, then I'm afraid that it may not be able to finish in 10 minutes. 3 major transitions have been recorded, and we'll not go into any details about it, but we'll just come straight to the emerging and re-emerging diseases. Next slide, please. See, these are, there's a clear definition. The established diseases, when they undergo increased incidence, this is an example of cholera. This is a re-emerging disease. Newly discovered disease, Nipah example was given by Dr. Lipkin. And we'll just mention, and the several, he has also mentioned several factors what causes disease emergence. But next slide, please. And in this, this he has already mentioned, so I'll not go into it any detail, but all I want to point out, the changing environment is, whether it's because of the migration or because of other reasons, has a major problem. So may I have the next slide, please? I'll just give you an example of remind you that in the context of disease emergence, this environment concept is anthropocentric. And I'd like you to particularly pay attention to the third point here, that by environment, the physical and biological environment cannot be treated separately from economic one. And this will come out in my talk. I'll mention the about Nipah virus, which he mentioned. May I have the next slide? Nipah virus emerged in Malaysia in 1998. Actually, Malaysia is the world's largest exporter of palm oil. So they reclaimed forest land and created new orchards. Bats came, attracted, and through the bats droppings, the pig pens, the pig handlers got infected, then it moved to the society at large. And in Bangladesh, it emerged in 2001 and 2004, and no animal intermediate was found. But the point to be noticed here, that here an economic factor played a major role in this particular disease emergence. Now, this is an old slide which, just shows the number of diseases that re-emerged in recent past. I'm sure there'll be many more points if it is redrawn today. May I have the next slide, please? So I just take the example of two, the Nipah virus disease already have talked about, but now I talk to a disease which is considered to be a re-emerging disease, which is cholera. Now, cholera is next slide, please, is a major problem worldwide. It is, may I have the next slide, please? May I have the next, yeah. So the cholera is a major problem worldwide, and a lot of, right now it is raging in Yemen, and some years ago, it came out in Haiti and killed a lot of people. But the main reason it has been considered as a re-emerging disease because it reappeared in areas of the world from which it disappeared long time ago. The question here, this slide, what it shows is that there are a large number of, we actually live in a sea of microorganisms, and some of it cause the disease. The new estimate is about 1,400 species which cause effect. And if you see the next slide, you'll see that every year, about 3 new pathogens are coming out. Let's go to the next slide, please. Yeah, this I'm talking about cholera. As I mentioned, it's an estimate is about 1.2 to 4 million people get afflicted by this disease. It's a disease which, as I mentioned, is became a re-emerging because it appeared in areas where it disappeared long ago. If you go to the next slide, we'll see that right now it is even between, this is between just a short period of June to August or something like that. It's the cholera is raging, many parts of many countries in the world. And as I mentioned, Yemen is still a major problem. Next slide, please. In India, we have cholera all the time. It breaks out every now and then. This is a map created by the NICET scientists. It shows simply that between 2009 and 17, almost it appeared in almost every state in India. May I have the next slide, please? Yeah, cholera actually occurs in two forms. The epidemic form is sudden upsurge. We all know what it means. And endemic can be roughly defined as cases occurring annually in the continuous level. Next slide, please. And there are major factors associated with the cholera outbreak. This is an established fact. The sea surface temperature, sea surface height, and all of these things are there. I will not go into any detail about this, just to mention, next slide, please, that in between the outbreaks, the cholera virus takes a form which is called viral but non-culturable form. And what happens is when a person gets infected by the disease, infected by, he or she spreads it into the community, and from an epidemic starts. And obviously some risk factors about which I think everybody knows, that limited access to clean water, unsanitary conditions, inadequate public health measures, all of these play a role. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the cholera is an environmental pathogen because it spends a large part of its life cycle outside the human host. And what happens is, may I have the next slide? That in between the outbreaks, it remains in the environment in a form which is called non-culturable but viral form. But what happens, it becomes metabolically dormant, but it keeps its virulence. And when the conditions become right, they again become culturable. In addition to this, Vibrio cholerae gets associated with a large number of zooplanktons. And when the favorable time comes, the number in a particular setup of the Vibrio increases dramatically. Next slide, please. Now, as I mentioned, the cholera became an example of a re-emerging disease because several things happened. But I will, for the shortness of time, I'll just concentrate on the second, on the first, the epidemic in Peru. Next slide. What happens if you look at this map, in 1990, the Northern Hemisphere was totally free from cholera. But in 1991, this Northern Hemisphere, it first broke out in Peru. Next slide, please. In a harbor city near Lima. And then within 24 hours, it moved 400 kilometers up north. And pretty soon the entire country got involved with this disease. So at that time, what happened was when these strains were analyzed, they were found not to have any connection with the strains which were circulated at that time. So what caused it? What was thought, next slide please, that it was really caused by El Nino. Now we know that El Nino leads to the warming of the surface water. And what happened, the guess is that it led to heavy rainfall. And as a result of that, the nutrients from land areas came to coastal area, which led to an algal bloom. And as a result of that, the Vibrio cholerae concentration increased and it created the pandemic. But whatever may be the reason, whether it actually this is how it happened, one thing is sure, that as Professor Bhargav mentioned initially, the Peruvian government actually made two wrong decisions. One was that they simply stopped chlorination of the water, thinking that it leads to cancer. And secondly, what it did was they reduced their health budget. And it led to widespread malnutrition. So it was very ripe. And obviously what happened was this major outbreak happened. Now, how does one prevent cholera? Everybody, whole world wants to get rid of this disease. It cannot be totally eliminated, perhaps, because there is Vibrio cholerae cannot be eliminated because there's an environmental reservoir for this, but it can be, it can be stopped from emerging. And an idea is that by 2030, it should be controlled in a very quick sort of a way. So what are the approaches? The first is, I'll take the second one, is a focus on cholera hotspots. Next slide, please. See, before I come to this slide, let me mention that I slipped through the slide very quickly, that many environmental factors have been linked with the outbreaks. And so artificial intelligence have been used for creating models, which will link it with the various factors like rainfall and others, and will also make sure that what are the regions where cholera is likely to emerge. And then a prophylactic measure is taken. Vaccination can be done. The health authorities can be alerted there for the possible.
You're on the last minute, Dr. Ghosh. You're
yes,
on the last
I'll just finish it. So if you go to the next slide, this is a map showed that India done it. Now the quick response, as I mentioned, is a very good way, and this is very good. It's exemplified by the cholera cases in Haiti. You can see the cholera broke out in Haiti in 2010, and it was a major, almost 9 million people got affected. But since February 2019, there has been no recorded confirmed case. How did they do? They created a mobile team. The moment a diarrheal outbreak happens, the mobile team goes there, looks for the Vibrio cholerae. If it finds there, immediately necessary actions are taken. The sanitization of the latrines and other things are done. So water is chlorinated to get rid of the bug if it is there. And also, if necessary, vaccination is done, which is recommended by the World Health Organization, that it can be used in the confirmed in possible areas as a prophylactic measure, and also in case of an outbreak. Finally, I'd like to conclude this slide by showing the last one. The last slide, please. It is a no, not the previous one. It's just a quote from Rachel Krauser, who was the director of National Institute of Energy and Infectious Diseases. It's a very telltale thing. The progress of science cannot stop the stream of evolution from which new microbes emerge. For these reasons, the infectious diseases, both old and new, will continue to emerge. And it should be our endeavor to be ready for such outcomes so that their onslaught can be blunted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your talk, especially focusing on cholera. I would now like to introduce the third speaker, Dr. D.T. Selvam. Dr. Selvam is heading the Biodetector Development Program of DRDO as Project Director at DRDO Gwalior. Dr. Selvam also represents India in the United Nations as an expert member on Biological Weapons Convention and is also an expert member of the Australian Group on Export Control. Welcome, sir. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to talk on this very prestigious conference. I will be talking to you about the biosurveillance past, present, and future in relation to disease outbreaks. Though this topic is too heavy to be covered in a 10-minute slot, but I will try to do justice and try to share some few points with all of you, which I think will be a very important whenever we have to talk about responses to any future outbreaks. Next slide, please. Okay, when we say about biosurveillance, we always say that this is a process by which we monitor the presence of bacteria, viruses, or any other disease-causing agents, either among the human, animals, or plants, because we normally talk about health as a whole, that it is not just the human health, but it is also concerns with the animal as well as the plant health as well. In today's scenario, like what post-COVID, today we understood what outbreak can cause and what it does to the global economy. When we talk about, like traditionally we say biosurveillance is gathering and interpretation of information, and then we say that it is only just to say whether the prevalence of a disease is present in an area or how much it gains importance in a particular geographical location. Next, please. So whenever we talk about biosurveillance, traditionally we talk about several components, mainly the detecting the new cases, because the detection is the most important component of a biosurveillance. Evaluating the impact of cases on health system, modeling the future spread, evaluation of available control measures, strategic prevention and planning, and then effective disease management. So when we start with the biosurveillance, what it tells you is when you detect a few new cases, we try to add on to each one of the component over each other, and then we end up in the effective disease management. Because as I say, this data normally it starts with 1, 2, 3, and then whenever the spread happens, then all the other components of the biosurveillance comes into place, and then the ultimate goal, which is the effective disease management, which comes into the picture. Next, please. So when we say in the past, whenever we say biosurveillance, when we see in the past, we always say traditionally, or when we say that historically, we say that the surveillance was mainly indicated to the prevalence in animals, dying of animals, cluster of animals dying due to something, a cluster of cases coming up at a particular place, observing it in any of the things, because mostly in the past we were concerned mostly with the zoonotic type of infections, and then the spread from the animals to the humans, and then so forth. So when the biosurveillance, mostly when there was no other tools were available, it was always traditionally seen among the impact on the animals or on the other things, and then relating it to the prevalence of a disease. So later stages, when it was then converted, or when we started doing it with the symptomatic or the syndromic surveillance, where the physicians, when they started seeing a group of symptoms or a group of severity, and when we see the unusual disturbing patterns or the distribution patterns in age or occurrence of a rare disease in an area where it was never prevalent, or a exposure to a travel and then spread of infection from one geographic location to the another geographical location, or trying to explain the unusual prevalence of pathogens from a region. So these are mostly the ways in which we were trying to talk about the biosurveillance in the past. Next, please. In the present, we normally now talk about the passive surveillance, in which we go for in a hospital setup or in a PSC setup or in any of the setups. We try to use several tools, right? Start from immunological tools to a molecular tool or a clinical examination. We have the records, and then we try to see the passive with the surveillance in a way that we have the data now. We have the data sheets in which we know that there is the prevalence of a particular disease in a region or in a thing, and then the flags go up, and then we start going and seeing that there is something going on in this area. So this passive surveillance is basically this being a very little bit of an inexpensive method, and then it is very easy to implement, and not much technological barriers are associated with it. So this is what is basically traditionally now we are going to, currently we are following this type of a method. Next, please. Then the active surveillance comes up when there is something goes up, there is a red flag goes up, and then we start doing the active surveillance. We try to identify the risk groups and try to see which are the risk groups which are where it is affected most, and then we try to go into a mode in which we actively search for the disease, and then we say that these are the places where it is highly prevalent, and then we try to do the containment measures or try to do the medical management measures. But these active surveillance is, as you all know, that it is a very labor intensive thing, and then there is a highly resource intensive, and which we have seen in the present pandemic also, when we do the active surveillance, how cost effective or how cost intensive it is. Next, please. Okay, now we talk about the little bit about the future, because the future is what, what we try to talk, and then we prepare ourselves for the next outbreaks whenever there is something going to come. So what we talk today is about the environmental surveillance, where we are working today. The expertise which I work is basically on the environmental surveillance. So what is this environmental surveillance is all about? The environmental surveillance is all about is the process by which the ambient air or the environment is continuously monitored for the presence of biological agents. So here it is much more resource intensive, much more instrument intensive, where you need to continuously monitor the air for presence of a agent. So for which you need the automatic sensing systems for the detection and identification of airborne biological agents to mitigate any type of threats, though it is, I have put here biological, but it is basically any type of threats which comes from anywhere. So here what happens is you have to now integrate the whole of a laboratory into an instrument, in which it not only tells you where there is an elevated load, and also it has to identify what is the load. So you know that there are n and n number of disease causing agents. So it will be practically impossible to put everything into this surveillance. So this surveillance is basically one which is based on some intelligence, based on some there are many criteria where which we go and do the environmental surveillance. But what is the point which I wanted to stress here is this will be the future. In the future, all type of surveillance systems that will be put on, this will be the future in which we will have to do the environmental surveillance, where not only the aerosols. Today we are talking about the aerosols because that is the one which immediately affects. But we may have to talk about the water, the soil, or any type of material where in whichever matrix you are talking about, we should be to know the systems where we can do the real-time type of detections. Next, please. So, though I just, I have touched briefly certain concepts related to the biosurveillance. Each one of them is a subject on its own, but it will need a large amount of time to explain each one of them. But what it says is it is a multi-dimensional, multidisciplinary, multi-organizational, and highly data intensive. Because today the surveillance is not just by doing a laboratory test alone. We are integrating AI and all other type of things into the surveillance mechanism. So it is the whole concept of biosurveillance is a highly complex. It is a highly time-consuming thing, and it is highly knowledge-intensive in the sense it is not no more just a biology is involved here in the surveillance today. It is an integration of the biology, the instrumentation, the different components are there today, the algorithms, the AI. So it is not just going and talking only about the immunology or a molecular biology type of assays, but it is basically the future of the biosurveillance will be integrating everything from air, water, matrices, food, any of the complex matrices you have It has to be, the agents have to be extracted out in a real-time basis, and then you have to use mechanisms to detect them using any of the methodology. It can be used by based on any immunological methodology or molecular methodology, or even there are ideas of doing a real-time sequencing from these matrices, and then you can provide the answers in the quickest possible time. So what is the point to take from here is the amount of resources that we invest as a country in a robust biosurveillance program for biological agents or any of the outbreak causing agents will decide on the effective management of any outbreaks, as whenever a country invests on a robust biosurveillance programs, it will lead to rapid identification and containment of a disease on a shortest possible time, because we have seen today that what is the role of a good surveillance program, which if you have a good surveillance, how good it is going to be when you have to manage the disease. So this is the whole concept of the surveillance, which basically I'm trying to introduce to the people present here, like
Dr.
the way
Selvam, the time is up.
Yes, sir. So I will conclude here, sir, and thank everyone for the patient hearing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very hot topic on surveillance. I would now allude to Dr. General Naya for your summary and your concluding remarks, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anoop. Actually, I must compliment all the three speakers. You saw brevity at its best. Comprehensively, they have brought out in a span of 10 minutes and highlighted all the relevant events which you need to know, and you can amplify that as and when you want. So I will just summarize each of their talks and then give the challenges which I feel should be addressed. First, Dr. Lipin, ended his talk by talking of GAP, which is an acronym for Global Alliance for Preventing Pandemics, wherein you automate sequencing and serology data and then go on to data sharing with the WHO and with the ministries of health globally. And so obviously there's a lot of international collaboration involved to set up these collaborative networks, but it's a dynamically generated data around the clock. This will lead to biosurveillance, and obviously you can use this for predictive modeling, mathematical modeling, and also this will generate artificial intelligence. And you may be able to predict outbreaks in times to come and the pockets where variants appear, especially with respect to corona. And the benefits on a global platform are immense. Having said this, we know that both known and unknown novel infectious agents will continue to emerge as threats to humans, domestic and wildlife animals. And this increase in spillover from the zoonotic diseases from the animals to the humans has been indeed facilitated by human behavior itself. And like the DG said, deforestation, unplanned urbanization has led to this spillover as one of the major causes and needs to modification of our behavioral approaches. Compromise of the food chain security, not talked about enough. We were given references of the salmon Rio virus and of the tilapia lake virus. There is the poultry, viruses in the poultry domain, the bird flu, but there's a whole plethora of viruses which spill over because of human behavior and economic reasons, like Dr. Ghosh said, for the Nipah virus. There's both legal and illegal wildlife trade, and wet markets were thriving pre-COVID era. And we know about the wet market in Wuhan, which some people feel could be the starting point of the pandemic. International travel, commerce, and trade were at a peak. You saw the figures. 120 million passengers and 2 million tons cargo coming just to New Delhi and Mumbai over a period of 12 months in 2019. It's huge. But what does this bring? Viruses and other microbes don't need a visa. They can travel free of visa to wherever they want, and they can hitch a ride with you and with the things you carry as cargo. So beware. Travel is one of the problems that we have. And along with this, who doesn't talk of climate change today? It's the flavor of the day, whether it's UN, whether it's WHO, whether it's the leaders of the world, but they all talk of climate change and global warming. What it ultimately ends up with is a party time for the mosquitoes and the ticks. And these mosquitoes, as we know, are the vectors for very big health problems like dengue, chikungunya, yellow fever, Zika, and others. And India is no exception. We are constantly suffering from these. He also said about improving our diagnostics by adding molecular techniques to the conventional method which already exist. And he talked about the high throughput sequencing which they brought for the acute encephalitic virus in Eastern UP in Gorakhpur, and how they collaborated with us and the NIV. Dr. Ghosh brought out very elegantly the cholera story, and he actually gave us examples of the environmental pathogen, and given the right conditions, how they actually attack us humans. And how in Peru and Haiti, again, it was man-made to an extent when the practices were actually interrupted. South Yemen, again, has got an outbreak. And as we know, from 2016 to now, it's carrying on, 4,000 deaths. And that's a war-torn country. All the sanitary mechanisms and the safe water supply systems have broken down. And even basic infrastructure for oral rehydration therapy doesn't exist. So really speaking, all these things are multifactorial, which he so nicely brought out. Dr. Selvan summed it up that biosurveillance can be syndromic, passive, and active, both for the past, present, and the future. But biosurveillance is more easily said than done. And the environmental surveillance needs robust spending. It is intensive spending. And so it needs a political will. And obviously, that is one of the challenges we face. The political will and spending, like it's happening in our country now. Like Dr. Bhargav said, we have opened up multiple branches, field units for surveillance. So the red flags are raised and active surveillance converts into containment zones. So I think that is inescapable today and is data centric. So we generate a lot of big data in the bargain. Now, having said all this, obviously, there is a huge number of challenges which we need to know. I've already said one, but I'm reiterating this because it's so important. Human behavior and socio-cultural practices have actually led in our own country and others globally to vaccine hesitancy even for COVID-19. Our next door neighbor said, I don't want to take the vaccine. It's got more harmful effects than good. We know that. Doctors know it. Paramedics know it. We know it as a population, but we need to address it. We also know that gone the days when only children are vaccinated. Adults need to be vaccinated. And today lifespan is increased. Elderly population is a senior citizen is a reality and is increasing in all the countries. So the life expectancy increases, you have more problems in the elderly especially. So adult immunization programs have to be adopted and adapted. For example, not only COVID vaccination, we have influenza vaccine, we have pneumococcal vaccine, and others also. And also the immunocompromised population is increasing because of various things we are undergoing from transplants onwards. So I think this program of immunization in adults is important. Logistics and political will are two barriers which needs to be breached. In our country, we are lucky. We have been led by none other than the Prime Minister, who's led from the front in the COVID-19 pandemic. And many countries, the leaders have actually been examples and leading from the front. But in some countries, this has been conspicuous by its absence and they have suffered. So other thing I want to mention is the abuse and the misuse of antimicrobials and over-the-counter antibiotics, which are used and leads to antimicrobial resistance and can fan and increase and propagate such pandemics. So capacity building and training of human resources is a continuous process. And even if we shed this pandemic, we have to build this. We have to reinforce it. And one of the main things I want to say is public health. So, seeing ICUs, seeing all the people who are managing the fire, it's fine. But what about public health? We should have prevented this. So the public health expense spending has to be massively increased, which in our countries already happened, like the DG said. I think is the most important thing. Public health should attract more talent. And to do that, we must incentivize this field. We must include public health right from the undergraduate curriculum to the postgraduate in medical and paramedical. And we must sensitize the public to public health. So it's otherwise sounds very boring when there is no disease. But definitely, this is an area which needs to be addressed. Last but not the least, we must stop disinformation. This is viral. So we may need regulations in place to prevent the cyber use for wrong things, for disinformation, like Dr. Lipin said. And we must not forget, this all has a negative economic impact. $22 trillion just by COVID-19 till 2025. So with this, I have covered my summing up and my challenges that I feel. There is one question which has come up from the YouTube, I think, which says air travel and biosafety. I think whoever has traveled by air in 2020, July onwards to now, knows that the air industry is now promulgated very good practices of social distancing, masking mandatory, and short flights, no food is served. And as a matter of fact, mask has to be worn right through. And especially it's a no-touch technique when you enter the airport. To your exit, your screen for temperature. You have the Arogya Setu, which itself monitors you and your population around you. But the air industry is good lesson for us to learn as a checklist which you must carry in public behavior. So I think that's a very important question, but it's already in place, and I'm very happy with what's happening. Thank you very much. There are no other questions. I'd like to wind up this session by once again thanking all the three participants for an excellent three talks. And I've enjoyed interacting with you three and also summing up the talks to the best I can. Thank you very much. And I want to wish the conference all the very best for the remaining sections. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for those remarks. And thank you, Dr. Lipkin, Dr. Ghosh, and also Dr. D.K. Selvam for joining us. We would now move on to the second session of the day. This session is termed Pandemics, Lessons Learned and Future Challenges. This would be chaired by Dr. Samiran Panda, sir. Sir, over to you, sir, for a brief 2-minute opening remarks, please.
So would you please unmute yourself?
Hello. Okay, I think there is an issue. We will directly move on to the speaker then.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can.
All right. In the best interest of time, I don't have any elaborate introduction, but I will change the rule of the game a bit. Each speaker, I would request, although you have prepared your presentation for 10 minutes, if you could stop at 8 minutes or so, we will rather, appreciate having questions which can be addressed rather than me summing it up. So that's the only change that I would like to have, and a brief mention that it's so very important for us from ICMR. It's a paradigm shift, actually, in the concept and thinking. So I thank Professor Dr. Balram Bhargava on the aegis of his able leadership. This is happening now. And Dr. Navbindu Chatterjee, who is head of the BMS division, and his team, the entire team that has blocked this special technical session in the World Congress on Disaster Management. So with that brief introduction, Anup, I would request you also to keep a track of the questions that might appear there in the YouTube chat box. And you can invite the first speaker, please.
Definitely, sir. Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. Sarup Sarkar. Dr. Sarkar is an expert in epidemiology, global health, and local governance. He is known for his work in the field of infectious diseases and HIV/AIDS in particular. He retired as a director of communicable disease at the World Health Organization, Southeast Asia Regional Office in 2018. Over to you, sir, for your talk, please.
Hello, good afternoon. This is when I was listening to the last session, I was wondering, in spite of so many trillions of dollars and the political commitment and quick response, why we failed. And I want to speak on something which possibly is the largest asset for response, which was missed. And that is a people-centered response and people's leadership in response. We are 6 authors of this paper, and I'm Sharup here. We have also another 5 authors from different countries and different parts of India. Next slide. You will see Richard Horton was the first person, Lancet editor, who wrote this book, the first book on COVID last year. And what he showed there, that it's a basically combined action of the politicians, scientists, and the people. But which he did not say even, and which I say, people was the most forgotten part of response, where they were passively seen as, information beneficiaries or beneficiaries of action. And they were seen a problem rather than a part of the solution. And when the scientist, he elaborates it very, nicely, how even in UK, they ignored the scientists and misinformed the government that, there was no scope for, in spite of the Lancet paper on 3rd week of January, they misinformed the government or took a decision that it is not a case for, epidemic in UK. And the politicians, he makes the point that the politician, in spite of the competing scientific evidences, did not take the responsibility to examine parallel evidences, and that costed millions of lives and economy in UK. But the point is, it's not about the thinking about the people. Scientists also gave many recommendations which they did not take into account of other aspects of people's lives. So his point is, scientists also have to give an example or evidences or advices which people can easily practice. Next slide, please. But the point is, not only it has to be pro-people or people-centered advices, people has to be, and the NGOs and the CBOs has to be in the middle of response. And why I'm saying this, that I'll explain in my next slide. Next slide, please. That if you look at the trajectory of a COVID patient, you would see that, this is all known. They go from asymptomatic to symptomatic, then there's required testing. There is no dearth of science, even if you look at the original Hong Kong, published paper, in Lancet in January, it was all there. And this was very classical, traditional epidemiology of, what you call the contact tracing and isolation. But what happens? Such a simple thing could not be implemented, and why? Next slide. You will see that there are problems, The problem is the people, they suppress symptom. The problem is they are unwilling to go for, testing. They delay to go to the hospital. And why this is happening, and where people could play and the CBOs and the NGOs could play a very big role, which was neglected. Next slide. You would see that, the famous 3 delay model of UNICEF, about maternal mortality. Here are also 3 delay: home delays, transport delay, and the delays in the hospital. And where NGOs could play a very, very big role. For example, why even my brother, I could not convince him to take a test. He had to be taken for a test when he fell down. He was so weak, and he has to gone for a CT for head injury, because he was very scared that if he goes for a testing in even a very urbanized area in Kolkata, immediately neighbors would come and be curious, and how his wife would handle all this if he is taken away from hospital. So only thing, he could go for a test. When the civil society organization came, they convinced the neighbors. They were there to offer food for my sister-in-law, and he could take the test. So starting from that, why people don't go for test, why they don't take a transport to the hospital, because they will expose the taxi driver, and they would not tell the taxi driver they could be infected. Who would organize the food for home? These are very simple things. But when I listen to the very strong technical presentation, it seems, there are so many challenges and so many big issues, but these are very simple things we know and we don't implement. Go to the, why people go when they are hypoxic, why they don't go to the hospital? Firstly, they don't have even pulse oximeter, to examine, which any, clubs in Kolkata can give, I'm talking about Kolkata again. Then, when the ambulance goes from that, simple thing, instead of arranging 3 ambulances, which can take transfer from patient to one another, what happens is no oxygen is most ambulance doesn't have high volume oxygen. This an NGO can easily solve, but that's not taken care of. Even in the hospital, how many of you have seen this, the hospital setting inside, what happens, even in European country, I have seen that, there is not enough staff to give food to the patient. And in an Indian setting, when in a social, a social security of the patients are there, that relatives come, that is not there. So patients fall, they are weak, nobody to clean. Even in ITU, what we have seen that was possible in HIV, civil society physicians could come and help in difficult areas. But we have not accepted civil society to play this role, Next slide. Now, what I'll see is ICMR stimulated a research project on involvement of community, and that went very well. And we just have the pilot results out, which is very significant. Next. Then I'll see that, this civil society organization, took one by step, one after another. Next slide. And this is how the organization developed itself throughout the period of time, starting from home care to oxygen on wheels to everything. Next. So major lessons from community involvement. In HIV, what we saw was people are seen part of the solution. And it has led to even, transformative changes in people's life, where we have seen that even transgenders get, gay people get treatment, they have legal rights. Even the drug users, drug use may be illegal, but they get treatment, This has not happened. Transformative changes, people-centered response has not happened. What we have seen, ICMR led a revolutionary work in, to prove that, this involvement of civil society in HIV leads to significant changes. But here we are still restricted to the pilots. Even NIPA, Rajiv is here, with ICMR together, it leads to very quick point of care diagnostics, which saved, thousands and thousands of quarantine, On the other hand, we have also seen negative examples. Many of you know in Ebola in Africa, healthcare workers are not trusted. That international organizations here, either the money, 1.5 billion in India, straight going to the government, not to the civil society. That has happened all over the world, Even WHO did not come up with a civil society guideline so far. And you would say even financing organization like Global Fund, which gave, which again got $4 billion, it again went to, they wanted to give some money to the civil society, say, let us say 1,000 rupees for sex workers, so that they don't get involved in safer behavior, risky behavior. It took 1 year. So my point is, that's the last slide, My point is, we are unprepared. We are talking about many things, but the most important social asset we are not talking about. We have not seen the most fatal epidemic yet, and the first session has made it very clear. Second is community system. We are talking about health system. Health system failure, you have seen how the PPEs were destroyed, even in UK or, Scandinavia. But the community system preparedness take more time. And please, think that CBOs, NGOs are not desirable thing. It's not a charitable thing. It's an essential thing of a biomedical response. And it takes more time. The international organizations, including WHO, has, failed to, base their responses on this. And ICMR is a good example. It has already funded some implementation research, but we need to go beyond pilot and make this case, very strong and get prepared before the next pandemic hits. I stop here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your talk. Yeah, absolutely, sir. Thank you for your talk, sir. And we have a first question online. Dr. Manjunath has responded on YouTube. He has really appreciated your presentation. He has a question, sir. How to find ways and means for public health advice to reach the community for acceptance?
Community acceptance is very clear, Please trust the community, and give them knowledge, give them means of behavior change. You will see that even, people will immediately accept. But if you don't give them chance and don't trust them, give them empowerment, you cannot expect a community. They are not passive listener to instructions,
Thank you, Dr. Sorkar. That was fantastic. We could even, take a question. You met it on time. Dr. Anu, if we have any other question on this topic, we'll come back to that. At least we'll try take one question after each session and then come back if you have accumulated some time available with us for question answer. I would request you to invite the next speaker, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Dr. Soumitra Das, Director, National Institute of Biomedical Genomics. Dr. Das has been coordinating the Center of Excellence for Research on Hepatitis C virus. It's an interdisciplinary center of the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. Dr. Das, please.
Good afternoon. Today, actually, I'm going to talk not on hepatitis C, but SARS-CoV-2, the genomics of SARS-CoV-2 in particular, and I will try to share my experience dealing with this genomics of the SARS-CoV-2 in India for past 1.5 years. If I can have the first slide, please. Slides are not displayed. Slides.
It's on, sir.
Can I go to the first slide?
Yes. Can you see the slide, sir?
Right. But it has
Yes,
to
please,
be
sir.
slide mode. Yeah. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So, right. So, as early as last year in May, we have actually sequenced 10 sequences collected from West Bengal. Actually, we joined hand with NICET, which is an ICMR institute, to get a feeling about the sequences that are actually hovering around in Bengal. And we reported at that time the presence of D614G, which is now becoming a central of all these variants. And we also reported the nucleocapsid mutations R203, 204, which is again now coming up heavyweight. And then people are talking about the implications of these variations. Next slide, please. So with this pilot experience, now the Secretary Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, asked me to coordinate a multicentric consortia, which we named as Pan India, to have 1,000 genome sequencing from all over India. So we had 5 different centers: Bhubaneswar, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Kalyani, and Pune. They were collected samples from all over India, different pockets, east, west, north, south, and northeast, and then try to sequence and find out how these viral variants are evolving in different areas. And we got something very interesting. Next slide, please. So, but then we actually stopped there, and we found that actually 20A is something which is somehow outplaying the other strains and all. But suddenly there was a crop up with these variants, the UK particularly, and then there was a concern at the ministerial level. And now this is for the first time probably the Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, ICMR, CSIR, all came together to make a consortium. We named it as Indian SARS-CoV-2 Genomics Consortium, or INSACOG. The idea is to join hand, collectively work to assess the SARS-CoV-2 variants from all over, patients from all over India, correlate the whole genomic sequencing data with the clinical and epidemiological data for advance and preparedness for the public health things. And I'm proud that we started with 10, then we completed 1,000, and now I'm reporting we have completed over 100,000 sequences from India. Next slide, please. And then the way this consortium worked is essentially there are sentinel sites, there are hospital sites, there are surging sites where from the samples are all collected and comes to those hub centers. Now, because I'm saying hub, there are satellite centers also. Now there are 38 centers. We started with 10 centers. The sequences informations are actually shared with the NCDC, National Center for Communicable Disease. And we also periodically upload into the GISET information. The samples which are collected, which are particularly variant of interest or variant of concern, we try to isolate those virus and then actually propagate in 4 different centers: RCB, which is in Faridabad, NIV, which is in Pune, ILS Bhubaneswar, and CCMB Hyderabad. And all the sequences that are generated are mirrored in 2 portals. One is at IGIB, which is in Delhi. The other one is at NIBMG Kalyani, which I am heading. So the whole network, next slide, please. Whole network actually showed that how fast we can actually collect the community samples. Then from different states and districts, from the sentinel sites, we collect the reinfection, breakthroughs and breakthrough infections. And we also routinely probe the international travelers. then get those sequences samples and integrate them and try to correlate to the epidemiological and clinical scenario. Next slide, please. So this is just a bird's eye view of what kind of evolutions that we are looking over the period of time. And you can see as now in October and November, you can see almost everywhere now the Delta is outplayed the other variants. But it is important to note that whenever, between the first wave and the second wave, we can see that the number of variants actually suddenly increases and that decreases the peak. But when the number of variants actually decreases, that actually is an indication. That means one particular variant is scoring over the others and then competing the others out. That can actually trigger to the next wave. So we have been monitoring very routinely on this. Next slide, please. And as you see in the next slide, the evolution with the time, this is a representative figure. It's not an actual, but 5,000 sequences I have taken just to analyze that how in India, this particular Delta variant and what we call the Delta grandchildren, the AY series, which has gone up to 112 grandchildren today. I think maybe it's increased by now. So, and we try to probe them and see how they are and where they are in the districts and then different mahallas. Next slide, please. So now with this, those are actually probing the sequences and tracing the variants. But you actually need to find out the implications in terms of the hospitalization and the severity. For that, now we have joined the hospital network with that to estimate the severity, to identify the risk factors, to link the molecular epidemiology to the clinical outcomes, and finally identify the occurrence of the fungal infections or any other co-infections in the hospitalized patients. Next slide, please. And as you see here, in parallel, since now it is approaching to an endemic situation, we are also trying to be vigilant to look at the sewage surveillance and find out whether there are some asymptomatic patients can be traced looking at the sewage populations. I mean, the variants in that populations in the sewages. And for that, we are actually following the wastewater-based environmental surveillance. We are using the CISPA. We're trying to overcome some of the challenges, particularly the persistence of the virus, the RNA fragments in the sewage. We are trying to overcome that with the experts and trying to see the sewage surveillance can be a routine at this moment, along with the hospital network and the genomic surveillance. Next slide, please. So I just told you that, next slide, please. So that the first, next slide, yes. The first we started with 10 hubs. Now, these 10 hubs are actually orange colored, but along with that, we have joined some satellite centers and the state laboratories, which we call the satellite centers, and now connected all these hospitals. Most of them are now Apollo and the AIIMS hospitals. We're trying to network the other hospitals as well. Next slide, please. So what we have done over a period of time, that we have established a huge network that will help us to actually extend our expertise to our next pathogen or a next emerging pathogens which India or in the or the world is going to see. This is the way we wanted to probe them, nail them out, and then try to flush them out of the system. Now, we have actually identified long back that double mutant, which ended up with the 617 and now spread it all over world. We are closely monitoring these mutations. We are also trying to, we have established an integrated health information platform called IHIP. These are all done with the help of Ministry of Health and also ICMR and our other partners like CSIR at DBT. And then we are maintaining these portals. And as I told you in the beginning, we are proud to announce that the consortium has crossed over 100,000 samples sequenced till date. Next slide, please. Where to go? So essentially, we have this network. We'll continue this genomic surveillance. We are switching to sewage surveillance and the hospital network. We need to assess the impact of variations on the immunity. For that, we are trying to look for the host genetic determinant and try to understand the biology of the variants. And essentially, we're trying to have this knowledge generated to manage it and channelize it for the benefit of the public health. And the infrastructure that we have generated will definitely help us to extend to counter the future pandemics. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I always believe at the end of the road, there is always illumination and light, and that's light we are looking for. This is our NIBMG campus in Kalyani. And I would like to thank the INSACOG members, particularly Arindam, Nidhan, and Srilekha from NIBMG, and all the other partners of the INSACOG and our advisors. Thank you all.
Dr. Das, for that enlightening talk. I would now like to call upon Professor Dr. Rajiv Das Gupta. Dr. Das Gupta served as a decade in the Epidemiology Division of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Currently, he is the chairperson, Center of Social Medicine and Community Health, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He is also closely engaged with us, the Indian Council of Medical Research, the National Certification Committee for Polio Eradication, and the National Health Mission. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. I was asked to speak on multi-sectoral partnerships, and we had earlier contributed an article to the IJMR's One Health special issue, and some of my co-authors are also in these panels today. And essentially, what we sought to articulate in that particular article is understanding multi-sectoral partnerships, making sense of them, and in particular, what lessons does it have for disaster preparedness? Next slide, please. Now, this is drawn from a WHO 2020 document, and emergency preparedness has been defined as knowledge and capacities and organizational systems developed by governments, response and recovery organizations, committees and individuals to effectively anticipate, respond to, and recover from the impact of likely imminent, emerging, or current emergencies. That covers a whole lot of things, and I think this document places communities and individuals very centrally, which Dr. Sarkar very rightly described in their presentation. And linked to this is multi-sectoral preparedness. These two are not synonymous, emergency preparedness and multi-sectoral preparedness, which is collaboration between stakeholders and multiple and diverse sectors and disciplines. And therefore, one can see what a gigantic task this is. And therefore, the need to recognize and prepare both for emergencies as well as for multi-sectoral governance. And in the same document, it represents the data from State Party Self-Assessment Annual Reporting, or SPAR report, where 4 indicators are specifically dedicated to multi-sectoral coordination. And the worrying part is that CRO was one of the WHO regions with some of the lowest scores in several of these 4 indicators, and therefore, both as a country as well as a region, we would really need to focus on this. Next slide, please. And the stakeholders, as defined in this WHO document, I'll not read this, but the important message is that the One Health approach has been placed very centrally, and animal health, veterinary health, as well as environment has actually been conceived of as a unit in this document, and then the other sectors such as finance, defense, etc., etc. The other crucial point that this document, or this section rather, in the document highlights is the role of national parliaments, and in specific emphasizing sustaining both health and policies approach as well as political will. And as other speakers have sought to demonstrate, that various countries responded in various manners, and parliaments in different countries have actually worked or responded quite differently through this pandemic. And that's something we may actually study in greater detail than we are actually probably doing from the health sector. It's very important to understand how parliaments and legislative bodies have led from the front or not. Next slide, please. Intersectoral action is the definitions and the processes are very well known. So I'll not dwell on this. except to point out that the process starts with involvement of key stakeholders, and the key building blocks are agreement on common goals, disclosure of conflicts of interest, consensual decision-making for an action plan, and finally, ownership and accountability of agreed actions. And to be able to do this through horizontal coordination across sectors and departments. We heard of the Nipah, some of the Nipah experience in the earlier presentation. Mr. Sadanandan is there. So there are several sterling examples in this country. The next slide, please. Equally important is to be able to develop sector-specific plans, and multi-sectoral or multi-sectoralism cannot and should not happen at the cost of developing sector-specific plans. And it's equally important to be able to focus and make sector-specific plans that work, because ultimately the service components are going to be delivered through sector-specific plans, whereas multi-sectoral or multi-sectoralism or multi-sectoral engagement provides the overall umbrella within which sector-specific plans work. The next, please. How do we envisage or visualize health sector within this multi-sectoral action for health? This is drawn from a PLOS paper, which was an outcome of a week's workshop specifically dedicated to understanding multi-sectoral governance for health, particularly in the backdrop of SDGs. So essentially, where in this we have cast the health sector in its various avatars. So it can be a minimal actor, it can be a supporting actor, it can be a bilateral or a trilateral partner, which is what most One Health engagements are. I'm speaking of human health within the One Health engagement, and then health as a lead actor. So this would depend on what the specific action of the component is, and therefore the health sector will have to figure out how it would need to cast itself, and it's essentially a role clarity of the health sector as a whole that would determine or shape or even have a bearing on the success or failure in multi-sectoral partnerships. Next, please. And therefore, successful One Health collaborations, since we're talking of COVID and One Health is so very central in the discourse, in the contemporary discourse. So successful One Health collaborations are synergistic impacts of combining detailed and logistically challenging field sciences with analytical approaches and laboratory sciences. And what Professor Das showed, some of the laboratory successes has to be built in with modeling, with field epidemiology, and so on. And that really is the big challenge for all of us. And therefore, the soul of One Health is both a multidisciplinary approach as well as multi-sectoral collaboration. And the next slide, please. And therefore, collaborative and distributed leadership is the key. So some of the ground rules are that strongman leadership is rarely fit for the purpose, though it is often a tempting model, and it does give occasional results, but this is rather avoided than adopted. And therefore, the necessity to build leadership capacities across sectors and levels of government, and that's something agencies such as the ICMR would actually need to focus upon beyond conventional public health research and laboratory research. And it is through this building of capacities that we actually cultivate champions in different sectors, and then health sector leadership development. And again, the role clarity of the health sector is very crucial. It should be able to prioritize competencies such as negotiation, flexibility, learning, and relationship building. These are not conventional health sector skills, but as we continue to engage both in disasters or in a somewhat limited sense, the One Health partnerships, these are going to be very crucial. Next, please. And therefore, the rules of engagement with non-governmental stakeholders, civil societies, academia, private sector, the clarity of each one's respective role is as important as the clarity of the role of the health sector as a whole. And most important, that these are likely to succeed if institutionalized in existing structures and not championed by a single group or individual, or even novel institutional structures, which often again is another temptation. And therefore, the greater the embedding in the mainstream systems, higher the success is. Next, please. And finally, how do we cultivate a culture of mutual learning among the divergent stakeholders? This is where multisectoral preparedness is important in the context of emergencies. Just because emergency happens, multisectoral engagement is just not going to fall in place. It requires a period of preparedness. It requires strategies of preparedness. And therefore, it has certain keys to success, which are consultative and collaborative leadership, and innovation, adaptation, and flexibility. And finally, political, financial, and administrative accountability remains very crucial. And it's being able to take everyone together that really delivers a successful multisectoral engagement model. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dasgupta. I believe, Dr. Anu, there is a question in the chat box for Dr. Dasgupta. If you have access to that, please read it out so that Dr. Dasgupta can respond.
Okay, I can read it out. So
Yeah.
essentially what this is from Dr. Sarkar. He's asking how good the tool is for assessment. US was on top in the WHO previous preparedness score, facing one of the worst outcomes. That's absolutely true. I mean, this observation is absolutely true. And in fact, in the whole health security discourse, some of the countries which actually ranked very high in the health security index actually ended up suffering quite a lot. Now, therefore, what Dr. Sarkar, I'm sure, very rightly alludes to is to take a relook. I mean, we really need to introspect how we are framing health security, how we are conceptualizing health security, and if anything, what the pandemic experience has taught us is to move beyond these conventional understanding.
Thank you, Dr. Dasgupta. Dr. Anu, please move on and invite the next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So next, I would like to call upon Professor Fiona Tomley. Professor Tomley is the Chair of Experimental Parasitology, Royal Veterinary College, London, and Director of GCRF One Health Poultry Hub. Since 2019, she has been the Director of GCRF One Health Poultry
Hello,
Hub,
good afternoon.
which is an impact-driven program of interdisciplinary research and stakeholder interactions. This is a recorded session from Professor Tomley and with a special message for us. Thank you.
Many thanks for inviting me to participate in this special technical session. It's very nice to be here. I'm representing two programs, the One Health Poultry Hub and the CE4AMR network. These are both funded by the Global Challenges Research Fund, administered by UK Research and Innovation, and they involve several institutions from India as part of the program. These networks are committed to the principles of One Health. This is an approach that recognises the interconnectedness of living things and the shared environment, and that achieving optimal health outcomes or responding to complex challenges often requires the expertise of people from many disciplines and sectors. So One Health is not new. For centuries, scientists have recognised, for example, the links between human and animal health. However, it's now much more important, largely due to rapid human population growth, which brings people into much closer contact with wild and domestic animals, and also the negative impacts of human activities such as deforestation, intensification of farming, poorly planned urbanisation. All of these offer new opportunities for disease spread, as does our global connectivity through international travel and trade. One Health thinking can be applied to any issue that has impacts across sectors, but in the context of this talk, the focus I'm going to bring is on disease threats that come from food-producing animals, specifically chickens. So, livestock production has increased remarkably since 1960, with massive increases, particularly in pig and chicken production. And the rate of change in chickens, the rate of consumption of chickens is growing faster now than any other sector. Since about 2000, most of the growth has been in South Asia, particularly in India, which is now the 5th highest producer of chicken meat and the 3rd highest producer of eggs. And over the next 5 years, it's predicted that the compound annual growth rate will remain pretty high at 15% a year. It's been driven by a number of factors: increased incomes, growth in food services, etc. And there's lots of capacity for further growth because consumption is currently quite low compared to other countries. Most of the change has been driven through major transformative change in the industry, with a switch from backyard to industrial production, and that's been motivated predominantly by large commercial companies who are integrators, so who own quite a lot of the infrastructure within particular chains of production, and they've invested a lot in the intensification and industrialization of the process. So intensification allows for much more efficient production, but it's not entirely without risk. And you'll see from this map that there is a very clear correlation between the rate of change of production of chickens with the risk of zoonotic disease emergence. Now, this is not to say that all diseases are coming from chicken production, far from it, but it does indicate that those parts of the world which have got high population density are rapidly increasing the intensification of their livestock production, are also likely to be places where there are higher risks of zoonotic disease emergence. And when we think about chicken production, there are some quite specific risks, notably increased antimicrobial resistance, the risk of avian influenza, and also significant enteric disease, particularly bacterial foodborne zoonoses like Salmonella and Campylobacter infections. The top level questions that we're asking in the hub are listed here. We want to know why or how does intensification of production increase risk? We want to know which processes or behaviours are the most risky, and what are the best long-term solutions for safe and sustainable poultry production. To answer these questions, we're using a variety of disciplines ranging from biological, veterinary and clinical science through to a number of different social science approaches. The way we're approaching the questions is addressing 3 levels that map onto the OIE definition of implementing a One Health strategy. First come technical activities, which are focused on the details of the problem. And in our case, this means mapping precisely the networks through which chickens are produced and traded, assessing the flow of chickens and people, the spatial distribution of farms and markets, biologically sampling chickens and people, analysing the diversity of pathogen genetic material from those samples, looking at the input and decay of antimicrobials, generating predictive models of pathogen transmission, and also eventually developing and testing interventions that target the most risky parts of the network. Next comes societal level activities. These are those activities which address complex human interactions and attributes, and we're using ethnographic and economic approaches to generate knowledge of the behaviours of key actors and to quantify epidemiological risk, including the impacts of socio-economic and cultural constraints. I'm just going to break off here to mention some work being done in the C4 AMR network in India. So a workshop was organised by Dr. Rajiv Dasgupta and colleagues at JNU, bringing together more than 40 stakeholders from across a range of sectors, from public health, animal health, experts in AMR, in biotech, agriculture, community engagement, etc. The objectives being to explore the scope and role of community engagement approaches for addressing AMR challenges across the livestock sector, and to identify gaps in understanding and discuss models of community engagement that have been used in other initiatives. And throughout the day, a lot of really good discussion was taking place, and several very key practical steps emerged that should help to overcome some of the identified challenges. And these, for example, included being really clear about technical terms, demystifying a lot of the data that is presented to communities, being very confident in having good coordination and guiding agencies locally, and being very clear about clarifying the role of stakeholders, what barriers there may be for sectors to engage, and really looking to seek opportunities wherever possible to use community engagement methods. Also in that meeting, there were a number of overarching key priorities that the group felt were critical for tackling AMR in India, and those are just listed here. Just moving back to the hub approach and looking at the final level of activity, we're really talking here about institutional level, which essentially, of course, institutional control lies in the realm of government and those with responsibility for governance, regulation and finance. But we as researchers do have an obligation to contribute evidence and expert opinion to support the processes of government that ultimately will provide the infrastructure and capacity for successful adoption and implementation of policies. And of course, there's lots of different ways to do that, some of them very specific, some much broader based. And I just want to flag up one activity that we in the Hub the past year, and that was a roadmap series that we held of moderated public discussions that actively tackled some of the key issues of sustainable development linked to poultry production, food systems and disease. So there were 18 moderated discussions, and each time 2 invited expert panelists, and we were covering a number of different themes, as you can see here. And each invited expert was asked to provide a small number of key messages. And at the end of the series, after lots of discussion and online chat, these key messages were compiled and clustered into 9 broad, which are shown on this slide. So sitting at the middle, we put the One Health governance and implementation being the future as the key theme right in the centre. But surrounding those, there's a number of other very important messages that were coming through from our roadmap. The importance of having robust and relevant data sets and evidence which is needed for analysis and decision making. A really key role for effective science communication and education. Quite a lot about the requirement for interdisciplinary and intersectoral approaches when you're looking at risk management, animal welfare, antimicrobial stewardship. Things about equity and justice being really important for safe food and poultry production systems, taking into account local perspectives and priorities and cultural aspects of production systems, and also the notion that systems which are nature-based or agro-based are essential for sustainable development. We've taken these roadmap themes a step further to validate them or road test them at national level through a series of synthesis workshops. And in India, this workshop was more than 30 people who were coming from quite a wide range of sectors, but who've been involved in the roadmap discussions. They were challenged to consider if the themes they thought were relevant to the Indian situation, to identify gaps and develop next steps in roadmap dissemination at national level. And here is what they concluded in terms of the top themes relevant to India, and also a very strong appetite for an India National Roadmap series. So watch this space for 2022. I'll say thank you very much for your attention.
All right, Dr. Anu. So that was from Professor Fiona. But while that presentation, that recorded presentation was going on, I saw Dr. Vivek Kapoor adding on to, or as a follow-on question to what Dr. Sarup Sarkar asked in reference to Professor Rajiv Dasgupta's presentation. So that is there in the chat box. If that can be read out, please, and Dr. Dasgupta, if you don't mind responding to that.
Yes, sir. So he has added that, might I add to Dr. Dasgupta's response, any preparedness system is only as strong as the weakest link. In the US case, the weakest link was a dramatic failure of leadership that none of us had accounted for. Many of those who have worked in public health preparedness knew what needed to be done, were just not allowed to do so. We also did not account for the extraordinary influence of social media and the spread of misinformation. I think the lessons are learned at great cost, but we are not sure what the solutions are. Would you like to respond to this, sir?
Well, Professor Kapoor has put it very succinctly. I really don't have anything to add. I mean, it's succinct, and it is what the experience is of so many of us. I fully agree.
All right.
I think the point, the important point that he's making is that the limitations of our conventional tools and understanding have actually been sort of laid bare, and it requires a whole range of introspection. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Anu, can you please move ahead and...
Yes, sir, definitely.
Yeah.
I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Peter Singer. Dr. Singer is Special Advisor to the Director General at WHO and the Assistant Director General of the World Health Organization currently. He supports the Director General to transform WHO into an organization sharply focused on impact at the country level with equity. This is a recorded talk from Dr. Singer. Over to him. Over to the recorded session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me at this World Congress of Disaster Management. I'm very proud to be in this ICMR session. I have a long and very positive association with the Indian Council for Medical Research, and it's wonderful to be here, speaking from the perspective of the World Health Organization and some of the lessons learned from COVID and some of the implications. You know, COVID is the worst crisis in 100 years. We've just passed the mark of 5 million deaths. The true figure is probably 2 to 3 times that much. And so it's a tragedy of historic proportions. And, you know, the top line lesson of COVID is equity, equity, equity. In this brief talk, I'm going to address 3 issues in COVID and some of the lessons learned. One is around ending the pandemic with a focus on vaccine equity. The second is around future pandemic preparedness. And the third is around getting back on track to the SDGs, because we're way off track now. And the question is, how can we catch back up? So starting with the first issue, which is ending the pandemic. First point I want to make is no single tool, no single approach will be able to end the pandemic. One way to think about this is vaccines and vaccines plus. Vaccination is obviously an important foundation stone, but we've also seen the importance, even in vaccinated populations, of public health and social measures, and in particular, physical distancing, wearing appropriate masks, the importance of ventilation and being outside and opening windows, and other public health and social measures. Focusing down on the vaccine question, this is one of the worst examples, actually, of inequity in the world, and it is the first step in ensuring the pandemic ends. It's a critical step. So what is vaccine inequity? At the moment, in a country like Canada, about 75% of the population is fully vaccinated. 79% has had any vaccination. That's based on a population denominator. While in many African countries, those numbers are still in the 5 to 10% range. That is vaccine inequity. By the way, I looked up India today, and as of November 6th, it was 24% fully vaccinated, 53% with any vaccination at all. So we see 80% vaccination in countries like Canada, countries like the United States, less than 10% vaccination in countries, in regions like, in many African countries and across the sub-Saharan African region. So that is what is vaccine inequity. Now, why is it bad? It's bad, firstly, because it's unethical and immoral. Every human life is of equal value. And vaccination, of course, prevents very serious outcomes like death and hospitalization. It's also bad because it's bad for the world economy. It's hard to restart the world economy until every country is vaccinated. But finally, it's bad for reasons of self-interest. You know, if the virus is raging anywhere, there's a risk of creating variants which will come back and hurt every country, especially if those variants evade vaccination, which no variant to date has really done. You can't put out half the fire. So that's what is vaccine inequity. That's why it's bad. What are we going to do about it? There's really two fundamental strategies. One is to allocate vaccines appropriately to the places where they will save the most lives. And the second is the longer term solution, which is self-reliance, which is the sustainable solution, which is domestic vaccine manufacturing. On the reallocation, actually on both, WHO and partners have set targets of vaccinating. Every country should vaccinate 40% of its population by the end of 2021 and 70% by midway through 2022. Unfortunately, many countries are off track for that 40% target, and we really need to redouble our efforts. In terms of the reallocation, WHO has launched an initiative called COVAX to help with that reallocation. And there's also the African Vaccine Access Team, which is helping to distribute vaccines to places they're really needed. And here, the actions that can be taken are for countries that have vaccine orders, that have vaccine stockpiles, to swap them with COVAX, to swap them with the African Vaccine Access Team, so they can be allocated to where they would do the most good. We're talking here potentially of saving hundreds of thousands or millions of lives simply through that allocation, and that's the short-term measure. Transparency on the part of manufacturers in terms of their delivery orders would also be extremely helpful. The second solution, domestic vaccine manufacturing, is the sustainable one. This is one where India really has been a leader in the world. We saw recently, for example, the emergency use listing of the Bharat vaccine. Before that, the AstraZeneca vaccine made at Serum Institute. That's exactly the sort of domestic manufacturing that's needed, for example, in a region like Sub-Saharan Africa. And such efforts are underway. WHO, with the government of South Africa, has launched the mRNA Technology Transfer Hub. And the issue here, and that's based on a successful model of influenza vaccine in previous decade. The issue here is that with the participation of the manufacturers, the time for that hub to be successful and transfer that technology is estimated to be 18 months, but without the participation of the advanced mRNA manufacturers, it's twice as long, 36 months. So this is the sustainable solution to vaccine equity. Now, I've talked about the first point, which is ending the pandemic, vaccine equity, what it is, why it's bad, what to do about it. I'd now like to move on to the second point, which is pandemic preparedness. At the end of November, WHO will host a World Health Assembly on a instrument or agreement or treaty so all countries in the world can agree on how they should work even more closely together on pandemic preparedness. This has four elements, or there's four domains under discussion, shall we say. One is governance, which is the need for inclusive approaches of all countries, because an epidemic can start in any community in any country in the world. And that's also the reason why it's important actually to have such an international instrument. Second is finance. Here, there's a need for more finance, and there's a need for flowing it through existing institutions, and there's a need for balancing the finance of global goods like vaccines and diagnostics and their distribution through mechanisms like the Access to COVID Tools Accelerator, but also strengthening domestic systems of pandemic preparedness to avoid the cycle of panic and neglect that we've seen in the past, for example, related to Ebola. After governance and finance, there's systems and tools. And WHO, I've already mentioned, the WHO South Africa mRNA Technology Transfer Hub. With the government of Germany, WHO has launched a epidemic intelligence center for early warning. And these are some examples of early systems and tools, as well as the very important national systems that I mentioned earlier. Finally, all of the 200 plus recommendations of the various independent commissions have argued for a strengthened WHO at the heart of the multilateral system as a key element of future pandemic preparedness. The third area I'd like to discuss is SDG recovery. The world is way behind on the SDGs, just the Sustainable Development Goals, an agreement by all countries to reach a certain level of social progress by 2030. To take one health example, one pivotal health example, in the Universal Health Coverage Goal, if one were to stay on track between 2018 and 2023, 1 billion more people would need to gain access to universal health coverage, access to health services without financial hardship. The shortfall in that number was 730 million before the pandemic, and between 800 and 840 million now. So the shortfall is huge. We need to catch up. How can we do that? Through pandemic preparedness, and we've talked about that, through primary health care and a focus on the determinants of health, which is one of the lessons of COVID, and also through acceleration, scaling innovation, delivery based on data, and better partnerships, including in the multilateral system, including like the SDG 3 Global Action Plan, which is a partnership of 13 multilateral agencies to support countries to catch up. So in conclusion, I've talked about the ending the pandemic and especially vaccine equity and addressing that. I've talked about future pandemic preparedness. I've talked about SDG progress, recovery, and equitable and resilient recovery. What I want to say is to come back to the initial theme of equity, equity, equity. Equity is in your hands. These points around vaccine equity, around pandemic preparedness, around SDG progress, they depend on leadership. That leadership is from the top level of heads of state right down to community leaders. And in a sense, leadership is the most effective vaccine. It's the ultimate vaccine against the pandemic, future pandemics, and the conjoint global challenges that we face. It may seem like a tall order at the moment, but to quote the great Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it's done. Equity is in your hands. Leadership is in your hands. And we at the World Health Organization are proud to work with scientists and practitioners and health workers right around the world to keep the world safe, promote health, and serve the vulnerable. Thank you very much.
All right. So the resource persons, the audience, organizers, that brings us to the end of the session 2. And it had a very nice mix of discussions around multi-sectoral partnership, the leadership and equity, why having people at the center for pandemic preparedness response is so very important, One Health approach, and a case study, particularly focusing on the poultry-related health risks, and finally, how did the networking happened in India for COVID-19, and how is it well poised for responding to the future pandemic, if there is one which everybody is underlining the importance of remaining prepared. So Dr. Anup, I would request you, I hereby announce the closer of this session and request you to move on to the next one, please, in the best interest of time. We have overshot by 10 minutes. Sorry about that.
Thank you, sir. We would now proceed to the third session. This session is on health emergency preparedness. This will be chaired by Sri Rajiv Sadanand, sir, an ex-old boss and a very respected bureaucrat from Kerala. We have already introduced you, sir. I would hand over to you for your opening remarks, please.
Thank you. We've had an interesting set of sessions, and from the initial session which focused on surveillance to the second one that looked at responses. This session is going to move on to an interesting medley of topics. The first cluster of 3 presentations. The first one, Professor Robin Alders, focuses on One Health, but as different from the earlier sessions, she's placing it in a larger gestalt of environmental degradation, pollution, etc. Dr. Rajesh Bhatia will then take us through the implications of zoonosis for human health, and Dr. Vivek Kapoor is talking about an interesting interesting shift of virus from the human to the other world and coming back. So these clusters will look at One Health and animal health and human health relations in 3 different aspects. And the fourth one is more linked to the community level discussion that Dr. Sarkar had presented before, which is looking at the humanitarian aspects of responding to the public health emergency. And the last one brings up an interesting topic that has not been covered in this, but something that worries many of us who work in this area, which is the need for international collaboration. How fast can our ability to work with each other catch up with the ability of our systems to aid the transmission of the pandemic? So we have an interesting set of sessions to look forward to, 5 sessions. So I know my request is that please take over and keep the time and more speakers on. And at the end, we'll take questions. And if I have time, I'll summarize the comments. Please go ahead, Dan. Or may I invite Professor Alders to begin her session.
Dr. Alders. Dr. Alders is an honorary professor with the Development Policy Center and the Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions within the Australian National University, a senior consulting fellow with the Chatham House Center for Universal Health as well. Welcome, Dr. Alders. Can you hear us?
We can, and thank you very much. I think you have a pre-record that will make it run more smoothly for you. I think your IT people look like they're ready to go. Good afternoon. I'm Robin Alders, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to discuss with you some ideas as to how the One Health paradigm can assist with reducing the risk of zoonotic disease and foodborne illness. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Government of India and the Indian Medical Research Council for their kind invitation to play a small role in this session. I'd also like to acknowledge the support of Prof. Rajiv Dasgupta, who I came to know through our mutual involvement with the One Health Poultry Hub and the Development Policy Centre and the Institute for Climate, Energy and Disaster Solutions at the Australian National University. As we are all well aware, the 21st century has witnessed an increased frequency of public health emergencies, including climate change-induced extreme weather events, infectious disease pandemics, the rise of non-communicable disease pandemic, and increased chemical pollution. Our experience with the COVID-19 pandemic has served to highlight that a range of systemic challenges, the convergence of which is severely impacting on public health. As a veterinarian, I hope you'll forgive me for these rather agrarian examples of the impact of the rapid spread of African swine fever, the amazing march of the fall armyworm across Asia, which both African swine fever and fall armyworm have had a huge impact on food security in many countries. And prior to these two, there was avian influenza H5N1, a pandemic which also gripped the world. And this H5N1 virus continues to circulate in many flocks across Asia and other countries. other regions. And these diseases and pests are occurring alongside climate change, biodiversity and agrobiodiversity loss, antimicrobial resistance, and malnutrition. And each of these challenges are intimately linked to our food systems. Trying to respond to each of these issues one by one is no longer an effective option. Rather, an all hazards approach that reduces the likelihood of their occurrence and increases effectiveness of their control is the way forward. We have to explore the factors driving these negative trajectories and seek solutions that simultaneously address multiple threats. In relation to the increasing emergence of novel pathogens and pests, this slide presents some of the key drivers behind these trends. Our planet has to cope with not only increasing numbers of people, but also the domestic animals we raise, both livestock and companion animals. Globalization is facilitating the rapid movement of people, plants, and animals, and any microbe they may carry. Value chains are increasing in length, and humans are expanding their activities into naive landscapes, increasing the risk of encounters with novel pathogens. This is all being accompanied by decreased biodiversity, which reduces the genetic fitness of our environment, decreased funding to frontline and essential services in many countries, and decreased strength in the chain of command that is so important during emergency responses. And this decrease in the chain of command has been particularly felt within animal health services, possibly less so in human health services. The increase in human population has been accompanied by economic growth for many, leading to increased demand for animal source food. Poultry industry has been heralded as an amazing success story for its ability to produce chicken products at prices affordable by many. However, this efficiency has also been accompanied by high genetic selection pressure for production over disease resistance, resulting in significant host genetic homogeneity, high density rearing, and intensive vaccination programs. The current situation is that these birds require very high standards of biosecurity and management to be able to meet their industry standards. So, enough of focusing on animals. Cooperation among interdisciplinary and multi-sectoral teams is needed to safeguard public health, livestock production, and environmental health. This will lead to policies and actions that more effectively prevent and prepare for boundary crossing diseases and ensure people have access to safe, nutritious, and healthy food. By increasing sustainable, welfare-oriented livestock management practices, in association with improving the overall health and well-being of humans, animals, and the environment, the One Health approach can be transformative. As animal source food plays a crucial role in nourishing people efficiently, especially women and children, animal health and allied health professionals such as medical, environmental, and social science professionals must engage in actions contributing to the transformation of food systems, while simultaneously reducing the negative impact of livestock production on Earth systems. Low carbon, sustainable livestock production systems that concurrently facilitate nutrient cycling and reduce risk of the emergence and spread of infectious disease will be key elements of future livestock circular bioeconomies. In this figure, you'll see that I've expanded on the typical three-circle One Health illustration to also include plants, soil, and water, with the environment underpinning all. I've done this because I feel it provides a more complete illustration of the sectors involved in our challenge to deliver safe and nutritious food. I have placed humans at the top of the inner circle for the purpose of emphasizing that it is human activity that is exacerbating most threats, and it is us, Homo sapiens, who must work together to deliver solutions. Coming up with solutions relies heavily on effective and efficient interdisciplinary and intersectoral communication. To achieve effective and efficient One Health emergency prevention, preparedness, and response and recovery, we need to agree on common goals and have a common understanding. For those of us who are trained in biomedical sciences, this doesn't necessarily come easily, and so our partnership with social scientists is vital. COVID-19 pandemic has once again illustrated how difficult it is to communicate effectively with multiple groups in society. Across many countries, the demand for chicken meat plummeted in the early phase of the COVID pandemic. Why did this occur? Well, we're not completely sure, but it might be possible that while public health professionals recognize many different types of viruses that have different hosts, some community members may hear the word virus, and in their minds, they link virus to a range of diseases caused by viruses, from HIV to avian influenza to COVID. These are things that we need to understand better and to advance our education of different education and engagement with different groups well ahead of the next emergency. I spent most of this presentation talking about problems. I'd like to wrap up by offering some solutions. I believe that in order to deliver effective and efficient public health emergency preparedness, we must use a One Health approach to risk analysis, risk management, and risk communication. This same approach should be applied to legislation and policy to increase efficiency and minimize the chances of the negative impacts of public health measures between sectors. We should use a One Health lens when making inclusive policy and implementing and monitoring it. Our emergency preparedness measures must be tailored to specific systems and local circumstances, both between and within countries. And most importantly, we need to document the multiple benefits of being prepared. We all know that governments can quickly lose interest when good public health measures reduce the frequency of disease outbreaks. Therefore, we need to demonstrate that in addition to reducing disease incidence, our measures are also contributing to improved nutrition security, improved food safety, and yielding a healthy return on funds invested across the sectors involved with preparedness activities. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to join in this discussion. Going forward, it's important to remember that while no one individual, group, or sector can deliver sustainable emergency preparedness, together we all have to. I look forward to your feedback. Thank you, and please stay safe.
Thank you, Professor Aldous, for that wonderful talk. I would like to move on to the second speaker now. I would like to call upon Dr. Rajesh Bhatia. Dr. Bhatia is the Director, National Institute of Biologicals at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He was also the Director of Communicable Diseases, WHO region for Southeast Asia, New Delhi, and a current consultant and advisor with the WHO, FAO, UNEP, and EcoHealth Alliance, USA. Dr. Bhatia, please.
Thank you, Anup. Will you allow me to share the screen?
Yes, sir, please do.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's indeed a privilege to talk about zoonosis in this conference on disasters and try to bring about a correlationship between these two. When I started thinking about this presentation, the first thing I did, I went into some good English dictionaries to find out what does the word disaster mean. And this is what I found in the dictionary, that it's a sudden accident or a natural catastrophe that causes great damage or loss of life. In medical language, it means sudden occurrence of morbidity and mortality. Another dictionary defines disaster as an event or fact that has unfortunate consequences. These consequences encompass deaths and diseases, including those originating from animals or what we call as zoonoses. So it's easy to surmise that diseases from animals or zoonoses are responsible for disasters for human beings. And these disasters can be at individual, community, or global level. Now, again, aligning these with medical terms, endemic, epidemic, and pandemic diseases that cause physical, financial, social losses, and culminate in disasters is what I could find out from my whatever studies I could make in these aspects. So we have this endemic thing, endemic zoonotic diseases, uh, which harm human beings at individual levels throughout the year. The diseases are endemically present. People get infected, they suffer, they may die, and then these cause a huge disaster at the individual level. WHO estimates that more than 1 billion cases of endemic zoonoses and 1 million deaths occur annually, year after year. No other disaster projects such figures on a sustainable basis. If you look at these epidemics of zoonotic diseases, these can be foodborne, these can be waterborne, these can be insect-borne, and we have in the developing world all these diseases which are either seasonal or which come up after some kind of cycling, but they ultimately result into larger number of cases in the form of an epidemic. Just one example, those of us who have lived in India for all our life, we can recall what happened in India in 1994 when the plague epidemic hit us. $2 billion worth of loss, no issue. 59 deaths, one can say not that many in a big country. But the loss of credibility to the country because of that outbreak of that epidemic, when flights were not coming into India because of plague. Now, that's the kind of disaster that we have seen in our own lives because of zoonotic diseases. But the major and the most visible disasters from zoonotic perspective at global levels are pandemics and public health emergencies. Well, it has been talked by various esteemed speakers for last 2 hours or so that I'm attending this. But then we are currently through perhaps the most important pandemic of our lives, the COVID epidemic. Now, so these are the disasters for human development. Let's see all these three things by one or two examples. You cannot forget this appearance if you have seen one rabid dog. And this rabid dog, the frightful appearance of this rabid dog, which is extremely dreadful, and this animal is suffering from rabies. Not only that it is suffering from rabies, it has the potential to transmit it to up to 100 human beings or other animals when it starts biting it during the 4 or 5 days of its survival. So what's happening in India on this front? 17.4 million, these are the estimates or a couple of years back. People are bitten by canines or animal bites every year. More than 20,000 deaths take place due to rabies. Preventable deaths. These deaths are disasters for the families, for the individuals. Every day, 50 people die in this country because of rabid animal bites. And most of these are in productive age groups. And all these deaths are preventable. But even if you want to take the vaccination for it, the cost of post-exposure vaccination, 5 doses of that, exceeds rupees 3,000. Again, that is a disaster for a poor person. 40% of the global deaths in India, global deaths due to rabies are in India, and 40% of the deaths are in children less than 15 years of age who have a whole life ahead of us. Now, these are the kind of individual disasters that happen due to the zoonosis at the different levels of individuals. The epidemics or foodborne diseases, which are again extremely important. There are identified 31 bacterial species, whether Staph aureus, different salmonella, campylobacters, listerias, or E. coli, and they cause huge amount of foodborne infections. And as per WHO estimates, there's a huge morbidity of around 600 million cases, around 0.42 million deaths a year. Delhi's loss are also huge. Cost is $110 billion. In addition to that, most of these bacteria, Staph aureus or Salmonella, they carry multi-resistant genes and they move through food chain. So they contribute towards increasing the impact of antimicrobial resistance all over the world. I have this slide, but I'm not going to read it because this has become so common that perhaps each and every one of us has seen it many times. But this just gives us an overview of the impact of AMR that is going to happen by 2050 if we do not start taking severe actions. So this is the cost of inaction in terms of human mortality, in terms of human misery, in terms of health cost, and in terms of nutritional security. So all these things would be affected by AMR if we do not do anything right now. Now, the third one and the most visible phase of zoonosis are the pandemics, and pandemics due to new viruses, as we have seen recently with COVID. Earlier, we have seen with Nipah. Earlier, we have seen with SARS. So new viruses from wildlife. And as the previous speaker was highlighting, the reasons why they are moving from wildlife to us are now very well known. That is the cost that we are paying for our development. So there are estimated 850,000 viruses which are circulating happily in wildlife. They have nothing to do with us unless we invade the wildlife, and then they start coming either through livestock or directly to the human beings from the rural areas and then towards the urban areas. Of these, more than 20,000 are coronaviruses, the same family to which our COVID-19 virus belongs. Currently, human beings have been infected only by 6 coronaviruses, but just have a look at it, 20,000 more are waiting in the wildlife to enter into the human system if we interfere with their lifestyles. And this is how these things move. I don't want to go into detail. This is the dynamics of disasters originating from wildlife. There's a wildlife, they are happily living. There's a spillover because of our actions. It comes into the domestic animals. From there, it is amplified into the human beings. Again, it is amplified. And then within 2 to 3 months, we find that there is a huge epidemic, which if not controlled at the local level, will move into a pandemic. And that's what we have been observing during last few years. Now, this is just an overview of what has happened in the current millennium. These are the major public health events starting from 2001, Nipah, bird flu, MERS, and others. But 6 of these have been declared as public health emergencies of international concern by WHO. 6 of these in last 20 years. What does it mean? It means that every 3 years on an average, we will get a public health emergency. If you think that the past is going to repeat itself in future, so every 3 years, we are going to have another public health emergency. So the previous speakers have been emphasizing upon the preparedness. To stay in a continuous state of preparedness against these diseases is crucial. No one should say COVID-19 is over now, forget about it. No, another year or two, something else would come up. And then we should be having a state of preparedness so that we can respond to this and reduce the disasters at the global level, national level, society level, and the individual level that's going to occur. Now, these are the economic impacts of health disaster due to zoonosis. You can forget about all other things. Just 2 examples in context of India would be sufficient. Plague in 1994, I said earlier, around $2 billion. And now SARS the SARS coronavirus 2 or the COVID-19, as on 1st November, it was estimated by various agencies that the world is going to lose around $28 trillion because of this one minuscule microorganism which was happily circulating somewhere in the wildlife. So we need to be cautious about this thing so that we do not repeat these kind of things and put back the human development which is being strived by everyone in the world. Zoonoses are extremely unpredictable. No one should take it for granted. There's no pattern. And you all are experts, but let me share one thing with you. All those people who make projections and predictions for pandemics and zoonotic diseases, they have always been proved wrong in the past, and they will always be proved wrong in the future. Biology and zoonosis do not follow the mathematical models. For them, 2 and 2 is never 4. For them, it's a different kind of multiplication, different kind of factors which influence them. And they are extremely, extremely enigmatic. Yellow fever has been in Africa for ages. It has never come in India, in spite of the fact that we all are susceptible to it. We have the mosquito vector here, and we have a lot of connections with people, and goods travel from African countries where yellow fever is endemic to India. Never had a case. Never ever had a case. SARS, it came unannounced all of a sudden, but it also disappeared on its own. If someone says that health authorities or the governments did something, no, it just disappeared on its own. And where is it now? 15 years, where is it now? H5N1, the bird flu, when it started, we all means all big agencies in the world started predicting this, there going to be pandemic due to avian flu, and then there would be 7 million deaths and blah, blah, blah. But then we ultimately had a mild pandemic due to influenza H1N1.
Dr. Bhatia, I hate to interrupt, but we need to expedite now. Time is running out.
Another slide, and that's the end of it. And similarly, now with COVID-19, there are so many discrepancies why the developed world started having it and why we are having little less of it. So we need to be proactive and not reactive through a mechanism that predicts, prevents, detects, and responds swiftly to zoonosis. And how to combat zoonosis, this was just now described very nicely by Professor. One Health, and One Health, which is a collaborative, multi-sectoral approach between various sectors which are stakeholders in managing the health. And the essence of this is that we have to work together. Now, this is the last slide, just a few carry-home messages. Few zoonoses are known, but there are many more which remain unknown and unpredictable. These are endemic, epidemic prone, and every few years will strike as disasters in the form of public health emergencies or pandemics. Next pandemic due to a zoonotic virus is imminent. When? Very soon. Zoonosis cause disasters due to huge morbidity, mortality, economic loss, and social chaos, and they reverse human development. Climate change, social customs, conflict, and animal husbandry practices disturb delicate balance of nature and facilitate transmission of zoonosis. Of course, management of zoonosis requires One Health approach, and India, happily, is already on its way to conceptualize and implement One Health approach in all sectors. We know ICMR has been taking a leadership role. Department of Biotechnology has been working on it, and now Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairy. They are also working towards One Health. So that augurs well for the country, and we hope that with the joint efforts, we would be able to contain or prevent the onset of epidemics and pandemics right in the beginning stage in future. Thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that talk. I would love to hear more, but we would have to move on to the next speaker, Professor Vivek Kapoor. Professor Kapoor is Professor of Microbiology and Infectious Disease in the Department of Animal Science and Huck Distinguished Chair in Global Health. He's also the Associate Director for Strategic Interventions at the Huck Institute of Life Science at the Penn State University, and a new friend introduced by a former acquaintance and a dear friend of mine at GC. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Great. Many thanks, Anup. And thank you again to the ICMR for both hosting this and inviting me to present. I'm going to take a bit of a different track out here and come back to the One Health general theme that's been so nicely put together by Professor Alders and Dr. Bhatia. I'm going to speak with you about the many hosts of SARS-CoV-2 and potentially lessons that we might learn from some of our recent observations. So I'm going to speak with you about our observations with white-tailed deer, just to give you a perspective. White-tailed deer is the most abundant large mammal in North America, about 30 million or so in the US. Has a fairly large economic impact, both farmed mammal as well as from hunting purposes. It's got very interesting social structures, the herd sizes, the migratory patterns, etc., all can impact disease transmission dynamics. And white-tailed deer are known to host things like chronic wasting disease and tuberculosis as well. This sort of is the distribution of white-tailed deer in the US, but this is actually closer to home. This is actually outside my window out here. If it was light, I might be able to show you this. Deer just hang out in my backyard, eat all my peaches and apples, and of course my roses as well. I'm going to share with you a little story that we started and discovered a couple of months ago now. We've been working on this and have recently communicated. So this is about opportunistic sampling for SARS-CoV-2 and white-tailed deer. And we started this sampling as part of an opportunistic collection of chronic wasting disease samples collected in the state of Iowa, which is in the Midwestern part of the United States, during the fall and winter of 2020. And we actually started the sampling in April of 2020, and the first SARS-CoV-2 case in Iowa was in April of that month, with a peak in November of 2020. I'm going to share with you what exactly we found. You'll see black dots coming up as negative samples and red dots as positive. So the first sampling we did was from April. These are deer that are primarily sort of hit by cars, and people sampled them. And we were looking now for the virus in the retropharyngeal lymph node, the draining lymph node in the throat. So all of the upper respiratory tract ailments go in there. And that's also the preferred sample for tuberculosis, for chronic wasting disease, and others. In September 2020, we found the first 2 positive cases in areas about 300 miles apart. And so this was pretty surprising to us. This area here is a city, and this area down in the south is a nature preserve where a couple of 100 acres that are fenced off, and people go in and either visit or shoot the deer for sport hunting. I'm going to zoom into this little city area, and you can see the first case was amongst a large number, relatively large negatives in about a 15 square kilometer area. If you sort of zoom out and go into that hunting preserve in the southeast, this is what it was. Very small area, a couple of 100 acres, but all deer were sampled, since we have GPS coordinates for all, in a relatively small site. In October, we got our next case. November, this is what happens. In December, every animal that we sampled was positive. And this was stunning to us. If you zoom out into the state, this is what it looks like from April 20 to Jan 21. About 30% of the samples that we looked at were positive for SARS-CoV-2. I'm talking about the virus, not antibodies. These are PCR positive. This is actually quite stunning to us and very surprising, because if this is the case, which we saw through this trend occurring in Iowa, this has now been also found to be the case in Ohio, as well as in my state of Pennsylvania and Michigan. This suggests that when white-tailed deer have silently become established as the first free-living animal reservoir of SARS-CoV-2 outside of humans. Altogether, very surprising to us, but should not have been, right? Because the virus came to us from the wild, and we've simply contributed it back to the wild. But what is stunning is that while we were very distracted with the human pandemic, as we rightly should have been, all of us were, this disease was silently spreading, this virus was silently spreading back into the wildlife. And I'd like to just share with you what happens when you go herd. There's an explosive transmission of SARS-CoV-2 in the absence of controls, right? So deers don't use masks. There's no social distancing, absolutely no lockdowns there. If you look at the trajectories in this blue histogram of the human case rates, and out here it's in cases, weekly cases per 100,000 humans in Iowa. You see this peak show up at around 1,000 cases per week per 100,000 individuals in November. You look at the curve start off in India. We have the first positives in September, October, up to November, it starts really rising up. And by December, January, we're looking at around 80 to 90% of all animals that were sampled infected. Also want to illustrate the fact out here that the amount of virus in the lymph nodes that we were sampling was not trivial. So this is not sort of, it's 35 or you have to squint to make this a positive. We're talking an average of 100,000 median copies per mil of tissue and up to 10 billion copies, 1 million copies or 100 million copies in some cases of virus per mil of lymph node. That is a whopping amount, far exceeding what is often found in humans who actually succumb to the virus. So this actually suggests that there were, even while there were a lot of cases at the peak of infection in humans, there were approximately 100-fold larger cases on average in deer occurring at the same time. Stunning, just completely stunning numbers. And as I already mentioned, there were similar observations now in Ohio have been replicated. Important to note out here, the deer weren't dying, they weren't sort of falling across. Experimental infections of deer suggest that they are largely asymptomatic, mild symptoms at best, but they do very actively transmit. And similar to humans, there's a relatively short time period in which they transmit, which actually made this study even more surprising to us because we see such a large number of virus-positive animals. So we sequenced all of the deer, the samples from deer, asking the question, what happens, what was spreading, and the results were quite striking. They show what you're seeing out here is all of the samples from Iowa deposited from that April through January time period from humans, and then overlaid with the samples that we recovered from deer, as well as some that have been isolated from, say, mink outbreaks or from ferrets. What you can see is at least 6 independent transmission events, spillover events of different lineages into deer, with very strong both temporal and geographic clustering that is apparent. Again, the same strains that were circulating in humans appear to spill over, and then there's a rapid transmission within deer itself. So how might this occur? Contaminated food sources, kid throwing an apple out, people leaving contaminated feed in urban settings or ex-urban settings, or hunters baiting their animals with deer, or the contaminated environment, some throwing an infected tissue out, or even wastewater, or somebody peeing or pooping when they're hiking in the woods. There might also be intermediary or bridging hosts. We and others have shown that rodents might also be productively infected and transmit, particularly animals like deer mice, etc. So there are many open questions, and of course, next steps. We're asking and actively doing surveillance, asking, will it burn out? So if you have this rapid transmission, do you actually see herd immunity kick in and burn out? Our early results suggest that this year too, we're seeing a very large fraction of deer positive. So clearly, it seems to be circulating within the deer. There's some mechanism by which it's circulating again. We're looking for evidence for homoplasy and host adaptation. It's unlikely to occur in spike, but might more likely in other regions of the genome. But we're actively pursuing that too. We're very interested in asking questions about spillover risk and spillback to human and ecological transmission cycles, and I'll speak a bit about that. Curious as well about issues like why do deer with such high load stay asymptomatic, and exploring what this might mean for the end game for the pandemic. I want to then turn your attention to this little graphic that I put together, is that there are actually many potential hosts of SARS-CoV-2, and we really should not, in retrospect, and I'm sort of kicked myself, have been surprised to see such a thing occur. So I put together all of the natural animals for which natural infections have been described, big cats, great apes, etc., ferrets, mink, or have been experimentally shown to be able to be susceptible to infection that might have clinical signs, shed the virus, transmit it, or even show mortality. And then start to put together a composite score of spillback risk. And this, of course, suggests that there might be multiple pathways to spill back to humans. And the transmission cycles for SARS-CoV-2, which we were so focused on humans, actually now must account for all of these other spillover events and natural ecological transmission networks that in part humans might have created or might have naturally occurred unbeknownst to us. So the question that we're asking is that might SARS-CoV-2 end up like this very other familiar pathogen, right? Influenza, we know that this occurs on a regular basis. SARS-CoV-2 doesn't have, like other coronaviruses, there's no reassortment, but it's an extremely recombinogenic virus. There are multiple opportunities for recombination to occur, and particularly given these extremely high viral loads, one would suspect that it's occurring at pretty common, very frequent intervals. We're curious as to what this might end up with. So sort of end with this common theme that we've heard in each of the presentations today about One Health. And I think this illustrates really, really clearly is the health of people connected to the health of animals and the environment, but actually an urgent and unfortunately yet unmet need of an integrated approach to infectious disease surveillance that is urgently needed. Now I'll stop with that, with acknowledging quite a few colleagues of mine who have contributed to this. And again, if it were not for that opportunistic sampling, we would not be doing this, because despite many of our exhortations and urging, there's been little appetite for screening active surveillance of wild animal species. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Kapoor. It's clearly an ODIA moment and a wake-up time for all of us. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Balwant Singh. Dr. Singh is the Executive Director, Sphere currently. Dr. Singh has more than 27 years of leadership experience in philanthropy, international development, and humanitarian initiatives all across Asia, Africa, Europe, and the US. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to talk about something slightly different, which is about building preparedness for disasters and resilience through humanitarian standards. Next, please. I don't think I need to reiterate, I think, the challenges that have been exacerbated by COVID and post-COVID as well. There's already an increasing number of disasters around the world and crises, and many of these are getting more complex and protracted. And almost every part of the world is now being affected as well. And amidst all of this, we also have issues that are coming up in urban settings, more and more so as well. And all of this requires sort of greater coherence, but also greater accountability in terms of how we prepare and respond to the disasters as well. Next, please. So humanitarian standards matter. And why do they matter? Because one, they provide a consistent framework for coordination. They are predictable as well. They make sure that the assistance that's provided is of a quality, wherever it might be, and that the assistance that's provided is effective, both it's timely and it's relevant. And also it allows for advocacy, whether it's for resource allocation or whether it's for making sure policies are developed to make sure that the responses for crisis are consistently delivered, and transparency. And finally, humanitarian standards can also offer a framework for assessment and evaluation to see whether we've done the right thing, whether we've done it in the right way, and whether we've made a difference as well. Next, please. So SPHERE standards, some of you may be aware of it, but some may not be. So SPHERE believes that people affected by crisis must be at the center of decisions about humanitarian protection, assistance, recovery, and resilience. Our mission is to establish, promote, and review quality standards for humanitarian action. And these provide an accountable framework, which, as I just mentioned in the previous slide. Next, please. So there's a handbook which covers the SPHERE standards. This is not just a hard copy, but it's available everywhere on your mobile phone and online, as well as a PDF version. And it has standards which are outcome oriented. They also include key actions, including some real life examples, guidance notes, indicators to focus on measurement in different contexts, and also foundation and technical chapters which are integrated and cross-referenced. Next, please. And the approach the standards have used are based on the ethical and legal framework for humanitarian action, and includes also the core humanitarian standard, which governs how organizations should behave and conduct themselves as well. And the SPHERE handbook on its own has, in addition to the core humanitarian standard, also covers 4 life-saving sectors, and this covers water supply, sanitation and hygiene promotion, food security and nutrition, shelter and settlement, and health. Next, please. And this is an example of how a standard is structured. And standards have been informed by evidence, including scientific evidence as well, which you have heard from some of the other speakers before. I won't go through this in detail because this you can find in the handbook, and you can look it up online as well. Next, please. Now, over the past 20 years, SPHERE has built credibility among national and international actors, from the very small organizations to governments and UN agencies, many of whom now include SPHERE in their disaster response policies. And the SPHERE handbook has been translated into more than 40 languages around the world. And our approach to developing standards now serves as good practice for developing additional standards in the humanitarian sector as well. And the result of this is what we have called the Humanitarian Standards Partnership, which now comprises 9 sets of standards, and it's managed by SPHERE. And together, the Humanitarian Standards Partnership covers 15 different sectors and themes which are relevant to disaster preparedness and response. Next, please. Now, in response to COVID-19 last year, there was a request globally from our network to look at focusing on various elements of it, because the way different countries and communities responded related to the context that they were in as well. So, for example, in Indonesia, we convened a session around how communities can play a bigger role in the response. In South Asia, we looked at focusing on inclusion, so those with disabilities were not left behind. We also looked at learning from Ebola and applying the lessons from Ebola to COVID-19. And in the Middle East and North Africa region, we looked at how do you deal with COVID-19 in the context of very complex emergencies. And human mobility is becoming a big issue around the world. So in South America, we looked at the vast movements of people and how COVID-19 was affecting them, and what could be done by drawing on the standards as well. And an area which often gets forgotten is palliative care. And again, the SPHERE standards include reference to palliative care and what should be done in relation to those who are at the end of their lives as well. Next, please. And what we found is that, for COVID-19, humanitarian standards really matter because they allow people to make sense of how to respond to different challenges. So the standards make sure that people are seen as human beings and not just as cases. Community engagement is emphasized right across the standards. And we have to make sure we understand people's needs beyond health. So, for example, we looked at water, sanitation, and hygiene. We looked at, from the health perspective, we looked at not just palliative care, but also health systems. And we looked at broader health needs as well, maternal health, long-term care, mental health. All of those have become more and more relevant as the pandemic has continued. And we looked at wider needs. What about livelihoods, food availability, protection, economic recovery as well? So all of these are again covered by standards, which make it easier for responding to disasters. Next, please. So why do humanitarian standards matter? Because I think they matter because they allow us to move from a stage of unproductive uncertainty, which I think many people experienced at the beginning of the pandemic. Many countries, many communities didn't know what to do. They wanted to do as much as they could, but they weren't sure. And so a lot of efforts became very unproductive. But standards help you to move to a stage where you develop this uncertain capability. So they allow you to, they provide a framework which allows you to respond. And as you start applying the standards more consistently for the response itself, you reach a stage which is called productive certainty. And I think that's why humanitarian standards matter. They take the guesswork out of humanitarian responses. Next. Next, please. So I will finish by letting you know that the standards are available at your fingertips. So there's an app called the HSP app. It can be downloaded free. And it allows you access to all the 9 sets of humanitarian standards, including the sphere standards that I mentioned. And they're digitally available. You can do search by keywords, by chapters, by themes. And you can also add your comments in real time as well. And I've given you some of the contact details if you'd like to find out more about sphere standards and humanitarian standards. We'd be delighted to respond to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. I would now like to call upon Dr. S.R. Rao. Dr. Rao is the Vice President, Sri Balaji Vidyapeeth University, Pondicherry, and he's also the former Senior Advisor, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and co-founder of the Global Alliance for Pandemic Preparedness and Response. Dr. Rao, please.
Thanks for the opportunity. I have a slightly deviation from what has been said just now. Hey, yeah. So I will be covering about priorities for domestic measures, international cooperation in handling health emergency due to biothreats. Next slide, please. Next one, please. Yeah. So this has been a well covered either by spillover or by what you call zoonotic nature. Some naturally occurring pandemics, endemics are going to happen. I will not elaborate about this. Next one, please. But my concern is also potential use of new technologies for dual use. These revolutions, particularly genomics and editing, and then machine learning, and then also the synthetic biology, have opened up all opportunities to manipulate viruses, bacteria, and also create organisms through computational biology and others. Next one, please. As evidenced by constructing the life by fully functional chromosome of the Baker's yeast, to Canadian researchers constituting pox virus at a mere $100,000, bringing back an extinct virus is simply possible today. So that is also another concern of biothreats and health emergencies. Next one, please. So what we found after post-COVID is going on, but when it is completely slightly subdued, we thought that the COVID is going to shake the world and there shall be a global order in terms of health security. Next one. On the contrary, what happened was, what we saw was a lot of restrictions were imposed by nations and they wanted to protect their own nation rather than the surroundings. Of course, it's quite obvious. It is a transmitted disease. Complete closure to partial closure to destination specific restrictions, vaccination restrictions, negative PCR tests. So according to the country, they had their own policy and politics. Next one, please. So you have also seen export restrictions. In the beginning of before the second wave, we had a lot of restrictions we had to face on raw material and reagents for vaccine preparation. So many countries have imposed more than 1,000 medical goods export curbs. Now, of course, slowly they have been taking it out. Next one, please. So therefore, irrespective of whatever we say, the domestic politics and policies are going to influence our way of reacting to the pandemics, whether transboundary or translational origin. So therefore, we have to first have a domestic priorities completely mandated, accepted, which will guide us, direct us, what type of international cooperation restrictions we have to put. Next one, please. So I will touch upon some domestic measures. And one of the domestic measures which I vehemently say is that we should have a separate Pandemic or Health Emergencies Prevention and Mitigation Act. The simple reason is Disaster Management Act neither addresses disease nor infection in its legislation. It only talks one word called biology. Epidemiology Diseases Act is, of course, I think it should be repealed at all. There is a need for a separate act which encompasses and empowers. Next slide, please. The National Biodefense Defense Strategy, something you see in US. This is a model where you have a risk awareness and ensure biodefense enterprise, also have a medical countermeasures on a big scale, ready to use platforms, and through a intergovernmental, interdisciplinary, multidimensional approach. So this act can enable a national biodefense strategy, which can be implementable. Next one, please. It can also implement, we need a national health security or health emergency force, just like the NDRF, because we have seen 30,000 health workers, almost more than 1,000 doctors, senior residents, without getting enough training, have died during pandemic. This is not welcome thing. I think my predecessor has said about humanitarian approach. I think we should have a separate trained force to call them whenever is needed. They could include range of people from senior doctors to technicians to health workers. We also see that many institutions have closed along with the lockdown. So there is a need for repurposing and strengthening certain laboratories who are doing conventional research instead of wasting for new buildings, knowledge generation and innovative technology, specifically directed towards pandemics and epidemics, the development of diagnostics, vaccines, and innovation. Next one, please. So the fifth recommendation I would like to say is Singapore, Taiwan, and USA have this. Still, they face the music of the pandemic, but within 24 hours, you should be able to deliver at least 12 to 13 items required for managing the health emergency. So therefore, if spend whatever amount, you should have a regional, national stockpiles of medicines. We should also have an agreement with policy framework with public-private partnerships who can replace the essential medicines as and when they are expired and distribute into the general market. So this is very important step to ensure 24-hour supply to the health emergency areas. Next one, please. So some of these are domestic measures I have written, but there can be many more. So for want of time, I'm not telling the less important ones. International cooperation. If we are clear about what we want in the country, we can definitely do a better international cooperation for work on health emergencies and pandemics. Next one, please. So one of the things which I found was, because I have been in the government for 35 years, in part of international collaboration agreements, we have to typically have a classical protocols of cooperation. We have to come out of this. What we have seen in case of pandemic, irrespective of what is going on elsewhere, the scientists were collaborating across nations. You can imagine more than 10,000 projects, 132 funders, 136 countries, 4.2 billion has been spent globally with 200,000 publications, which have come still, many of them are coming. So knowledge-based economy, multi-stakeholder collaborations are more important than generic listed science and technology collaborations. Next one, please. So it's also important to collaborate with, we have seen a lot of the role played by CEPI, Gavi. So there are many such organizations in the fore. We have recently launched an what we call Alliance for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, APAR, and it is going to also collaborate with all the global players in the area of epidemics and pandemics. Next one, please. The third important thing is, I feel the technology is a key for any epidemic and pandemic or a endemic. So the real-time discovery and forecasting of global emergence of pathogens, many people have said, advanced medical countermeasures. The other thrust is innovative novel sensing diagnostics, over-the-horizon threat assessment and response. These pillars will tell you, including cyber security. I think it is a joint development, technology transfer, and validation. Next slide, please. With countries who have a capability, not to collaborate with everybody. India in the Bloomberg innovation rank is 60th in rank, and we should not hesitate to collaborate with these countries, particularly to give that capacity for innovation towards tackling health emergencies. Next one, please. So your continued surveillance is no excuse at all. We have to have a continued surveillance. That means we have to be very, very cozy with the transboundaries, with the translational actors to have every information that is possible through collaboration. You can see in the Northeast itself, so the lot of spillover from other countries, where cholera, Nipah, have all entered into the game. So I think continued surveillance is very, very important. Everybody has emphasized about it. Next one, please. So the surveillance is not just collecting strains and making a database that we traditionally have in NCDC and animal husbandry. We have to have a very systematic use of new technologies, analytical modeling, and also sequencing platforms, international trade and travel patterns, forecast and artificial intelligence to see how the big data can be available, is utilized, forecast everything. And also we should see that other areas like food and other areas like international engagements, how they are working in terms of handling the infections. So it is a very broad area of collection of information. Therefore, we have to also harmonize the methodologies and standards across nations through international cooperation. India should definitely take a lead in this aspect. Next one, please. The other priority, sixth priority is, I think it is a very surprising thing when the supply chain was affected, monetary trade and policy was affected. The Asia was more active with India to supply most of the required $18 trillion transaction was going on, compared to many other countries who traditionally we are partnering with. So therefore, it emphasizes that ASEAN and Asian collaboration, transboundary collaboration is a priority for promoting innovation, supply chain surveillance, and emerging infections and data sharing. Next one, please.
So I think we need to, we're running out of time.
I'm finishing. So we have to promote track 2 bilateral, multilateral dialogues with like-minded people to generate more information. Next one, please. So these are some tabletop exercises, like joint military exercises. You can't just involve anybody to communicate anything. So these exercises have to be conducted for training. Next one, please. So finally, I told you that we should promote at least the home-based national and international organizations, think tanks, so that we have a lot of track 2 information to convert into track 1 strategies of international cooperation. Last one, please. So finally, it is a managing health emergencies demand, multidimensional, multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary knowledge for knowledge diplomacy for health security. Diplomats, politicians, technologists, private sector, NGOs, media have to use effectively the legislation, policy, strategy, and politics to tackle it. It is not a single person's job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anup, do we have any questions on the YouTube channel?
Not right now, sir. We would
Thank you. Thank you.
have your expert opinion and your perspective on all the talks as well.
Well, I will refrain from summarizing it, but as someone who's been managing health for a long time, I think it's unfair to say that we were never scared of zoonosis. Every time you're afraid of the crossover, say leptospirosis, Shigella, Salmonella, etc. And the One Health has always been important to us because we were extremely worried about the in the allied sectors, fisheries, poultry, and so on. For example, the use of colistin as a growth promoting hormone. And colistin was almost the last defense that we had. And and again, referring to Dr. Kapoor's comment on the residual host that is coming up, again, something we are familiar with because we saw that in Kerala, post the Nipah virus, the 22% of the bats carried the virus, and the virus could communicate between bats very effectively and not kill them. So think of the risk at which the population is placed because of this phenomena, and think of the risk that the whole world would be placed if we multiply it by the number of harmful pathogens and the potential hosts that are there. So the question is not if there will be another pandemic, but when is it going to be? And again, having managed public health emergencies in the past, I must sound off with a not so sanguine note, because once it is over, we have a habit of getting back to business as usual. I hope it doesn't happen, because what we realized was that if you can't build the health system to handle a system to handle something during an emergency, and I sincerely hope that we will take lessons from this and strengthen our systems, including One Health approach and the health systems and the community mobilization effort to handle a future pandemic. Let me thank all the panelists and the ICMR for giving us this opportunity, and thank you very much.
Would you allow me a quick question? This is Amit Ghosh.
Sure, yeah.
So I have a question for Dr. Rajesh Bhatia. Dr. Bhatia said that the next pandemic is very imminent. Now, I would like to know the reason for this ominous prediction, because we had epidemics, but if you talk about the pandemic, the last one was Spanish flu. So what was the reason for his, or is the reason for his predicting that next pandemic is imminent?
No, I think that was a turn of phrase. I think the sheer probability being high, that I guess that is what he referred to.
All right,
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, I think. And sir, the last pandemic, I would say, was not Spanish flu. I would say it was HIV. Okay.
Oh yeah, sure. You're right. Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your concluding remarks, and I would like to thank all the speakers. We would now like to move on to the fourth session, which is titled Global Partnerships on Biosecurity. I would like to invite Professor Sachin Chaturvedi for his opening remarks, please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I would very much like to thank ICMR for this excellent initiative, very timely initiative. And we just heard Dr. Rao and our other colleagues in the panel for bringing forward some very, very specific and pertinent concerns that the global community shares. And I think we all are moving forward with that idea. The point that today DG ICMR has mentioned in terms of we coming up at the end of the day with some kind of Delhi declaration, I think is a very pertinent point. This point emphasizes in terms of how to look forward for collective partnership in terms of a situation where almost all countries have ended up with not sufficient investment in health infrastructure. We are now with the COVID-19. Our attention on that has gone. Our attention in terms of managing pandemics, our attention in terms of managing basic infrastructure, I think has been drawn, and that I think has also sensitized us in terms of how we manage biosecurity and the challenges. And this is largely this session is going to talk about in terms of what kind of global partnerships are important and in what way we can take this forward. It is also very important to note here, since ended up with almost of $28 trillion, as has been quoted, with almost 5 million deaths. The agenda is vast. The issues in terms of vaccine inequality, the WHO COVAX mechanism, its limitations, its challenges, impediments are important as we move towards the One Health approach. The whole idea of multi-sectoral partnerships with sustainable development goals playing a role, the COP26 with the climate change agenda has further complicated the issues as world was grappling to reach for a 2030 agenda, the universal health coverage. So you see a vast challenge of socio-economic dimension getting further accentuated by the recent challenges with COVID-19 pandemic that has come. When it comes to biosecurity, I think the issues are in terms of its definition and scope. And that definition and scope is important in terms of how we respond to it in a strategic manner, trying to bring in the whole dimension. And I think, in my view, challenge started when we excluded human genomics from our idea of biodiversity. The Convention on Biological Diversity, 1992, actually within 1 year excluded human genome and human biodiversity from the agenda, because largely it was led by Ministry of Environment and Forest of all governments. And we thought human diversity related challenges are not important, and they were excluded out in the 1994 decision. Subsequently, I wrote a piece with other colleagues at Yale Medical Health School in Nature Biotechnology, where we raised this issue, how important is to bring in human resources and human diversity related challenges. They are still important, and I think we need a global platform to address some of the human genetic resources and the issues that are there. It's also important for us to see how at national level we can think of national authority on biosecurity and biological emergencies, because that kind of arrangement is missing out at this point, both at the national level and also at the global level. So we need mechanisms like APAR that Dr. Rao mentioned, I think are important for us to see what kind of institutional mechanisms are going to be important for us and what kind of institutional ecosystem we are going to have. Today in this panel, we have some excellent and very accomplished speakers, researchers and policy contributors who are going to talk about this. Let me quickly bring in a couple of other points and then invite our panel. First and foremost is the whole idea of Biological Weapons Convention. And I think the challenges that we have are immense, both Article 10 and Article 7. We haven't gone forward. The fact that with biosecurity related issues, member governments have power to go to and have scope and ambit to go to UN Security Council, that has not been operationalized. And people would have to be exposed in terms of how such formulations are possible and how we articulate those positions. It is also important for us to see how Biological Weapons Convention of 1972 is to be actually operationalized. Though 183 countries are there, but we have a lot to be desired and a lot to be explained and a lot to be implemented. How do we create capacities across countries to respond to this? And that, I think, is important in terms of how WHO-led international health regulation is to be operationalized. Since these options are limited, the government's responses, government's capabilities, particularly in the countries where stress due to COVID-19 is huge, and the origin, the impact, they are yet to be clear. And as a result, the global cohesive, coherent response is missing. And that's where global outreach and larger efforts in terms of research networks have huge importance. I think it's also very important to see how G20 has responded to it. Now that India would be taking over G20, and we are working very closely. In fact, I have just now moved out of another meeting for this one, which is going on, of the Think Tank 20 meeting, which my own organization, RIS, is hosting with all the leading think tanks of the G20 member countries. We have to understand how some of these policy-making processes are important. It is also very pertinent here to bring in the Global Health Security Index. The first round of it came out in 2019, and I think we need to see how that can go forward. India-US partnership in this context assumes great importance. Both the leaders here from two different worlds are converging their energies. And this convergence, I think, has great significance, not only in the backdrop of the Indo-Pacific, but I think in terms of the scientific pool, the academic excellence, and also the democratic nature of our societies. They provide the bandwidth, they provide the ability, and also the willingness to contribute and converge our action and take forward some of the successful initiatives like the Indo-US Vaccine Action Program, which has provided the bandwidth and the heft for our partnership. The Global Disease Detection Center is another bright addition to our efforts and endeavors. So with these words, I once again very warmly welcome our panel and would very much like to invite Dr. Jennifer Magbe. Her introduction has been given in the publication that we have from Federation of American Scientists, US. So Dr. Jennifer, you have the floor.
Well, thank you so very much, and greetings from Geneva, where I am sitting at the moment, Geneva, Switzerland, where I'm attending the Biological Weapons Convention meeting of states parties. I would first like to thank Dr. Bhargava and his team for inviting me to speak with this eminent group of experts at the special technical session of your Indian Council of Medical Research, even virtually. So people around the world are alarmed by the pandemic COVID-19 that is even now still spreading dangerously in many places around the globe. A shocking 5 million souls around the world have perished. Here are some pictures, if you've gone to slide 2 and now hopefully slide 3, please. The pandemic has clearly pointed to the need for international cooperation. Yet most surprisingly, amid all the discussion about the pandemic, hardly any mention has been made of the Biological Weapons Convention. Slide 4, please. However, the multiple impacts of the pandemic underscore the importance of the BWC. This includes planning for future threats and ensuring that the norm remains strong against biological weapons and the deliberate use of diseases and toxins to cause harm. Well, COVID is not considered a biological weapon, but it has brought attention and made people think about the connection between naturally occurring events and deliberate events in the biofield. Some senior officials have even called it a wake-up call. In order to limit the development of biological weapons technology, more than 100 nations, including the United States, the former Soviet Union, and Iraq, signed the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention and declared germ weaponry repugnant to the conscience of mankind. The BWC outlaws biological arms. It entered into force in 1975 and is the first multilateral treaty that banned an entire category of weapons of mass destruction. Slide 5, please. You all know that we live in the age of synthetic biology, which has produced enormous possibilities to transform techniques of treating disease, producing fuels, developing chemicals, and other applications that benefit plants, animals, and the human race. Slide 6, please. Gene editing methods such as CRISPR has significant biosecurity benefits, as well as possible negative implications. So the rapid advances in technology, the increased global capability to create and engineer pathogens that could cause a pandemic, and the interest of influential actors, both states and non-state actors, in biological weapons have increased the risk of a catastrophic biological event. It could be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to know where it came from. A National Academies of Science report noted that synthetic biology expands what is possible in creating new weapons. It also expands the range of actors who could undertake such efforts and decreases the time required. Slide 7, please. So the Biological Weapons Convention forbids states parties from developing, producing, stockpiling, or acquiring biological agents or toxins for non-peaceful purposes. It obligates states parties to destroy or divert to peaceful purposes their existing stocks. It forbids states parties from transferring prohibited items. It commits states parties to cooperate in solving problems through consultation and carrying out an investigation initiated by the UN Security Council, which was just mentioned. It also commits states parties to provide assistance to others that have been attacked using biological weapons. And it protects the rights of states parties to exchange equipment, materials, and scientific and technological information for peaceful purposes in order to enhance their economic and technological development. This is an issue on which developing countries and developed countries have discussed hours here in Geneva. States parties have convened a review conference every 5 years to review the articles of the treaty and improve upon its implementation. The next one will be held in August 22, after being postponed because of COVID. Slide 8, please. In recent years, the states parties have held annual meetings of experts between those review conferences that focus on various issues in the convention. Slide 9, please. The issues include cooperation and assistance, review of developments in science and technology, strengthening implementation of the convention, assistance, response, and preparedness, and institutional strengthening of the convention. This year, these expert meetings were held in September, just a few months ago. And this week, the states parties are meeting here in Geneva, as I mentioned, to consider the findings of those expert meetings. On Friday, they will hold a meeting to prepare for the 9th review conference of the convention that will take place in 2022. Just as an example, one of the meeting of states of experts considered topics related to response and assistance. States parties submitted a number of working papers on these issues. For example, India and France submitted a working paper on their proposal for the establishment of a database for assistance under Article 7. The database would match specific offers and requests for assistance. It would include emergency assistance, recovery assistance, including equipment, decontamination and containment measures. And India and the other supporters hope for an agreement to establish this database at the 9th review conference. Japan submitted a working paper that proposed strengthening national, sub-regional, and international capabilities to prepare for and respond to the deliberate use of biological weapons. The Russian Federation submitted a working paper on its proposal for mobile biomedical units to deliver protection against biological weapons, investigate their alleged use, and to suppress epidemics. Germany submitted a working paper in which it noted that investment in preparedness and prevention measures had proven its value beyond the sphere of biosafety and biosecurity. China and Pakistan submitted a working paper supporting the new Tianjin biosecurity guidelines for codes of conduct for scientists. The guidelines cover biological research and biorisk management issues, such as ethical standards, laws and norms, managing research, education and training, accountability, and so forth. The guidelines have already been adopted by 140 scientific academies of the Inter-Academy Partnership. The United States submitted a paper on scientific advisory process for the BWC, which included findings from a workshop that my organization, FAS, conducted. The idea is to establish a scientific advisory body to provide timely advice to states parties on the implications of dramatic advances in science and technology, in particular biotechnology. We were delighted to have Dr. Basu participate in it, and he will be your next speaker. Many states parties hope to see an agreement on this scientific advisory body at the 9th review conference. Slide 10, please. The treaty has been successful in constructing a strong norm against the use of disease as a means of warfare. With 183 states parties, membership in the BWC is not yet universal, yet no state claims that biological weapons are a legitimate means of national defense. There are 10 states that have not signed or ratified the convention, and there are 4 states that have signed but not ratified. Slide 11, please. This leads me to the point that there is no formal verification regime to monitor compliance with the BWC. The treaty regime mandates that states parties consult with one another and cooperate to solve compliance concerns. It also allows states parties to lodge a complaint with the UN Security Council if they believe that other members are violating the convention. The Security Council can investigate complaints, but this power has never been invoked. There's also something called the Secretary General's mechanism, which allows him to investigate the alleged use of chemical, biological, or toxin weapons. However, as this mechanism has never been used, or rarely, states are considering how to strengthen it. Efforts to negotiate a verification regime were made for a number of years, but did not come to fruition in 2001. However, there may be some discussion about this in the near future. Looking to the future, following the pandemic, more countries around the world are expected to construct high containment laboratories which handle high risk zoonotic pathogens that could cause pandemics. As part of a renewed emphasis on pandemic preparedness and response, scientists will seek to identify emerging zoonotic viruses and to assess the risk they pose of spillover and becoming transmissible. It will be especially important for all states to ensure that appropriate oversight and governance mechanisms are in place at national and international levels to manage biorisks inherent in such research. This would help promote the highest standards of biosafety and biosecurity measures globally. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Dr. Jennifer for very substantive. Professor Tanu Basu, as we know, Professor Basu has been representing India in several of these discussions. Professor Basu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Chaturvedi. A very good afternoon from Geneva. Myself and Dr. Magby are both attending the meeting of state parties. And thanks to my colleagues in ICMR for organizing this very need of our.
Dr. Basu, I think you have 2 devices on, so we are hearing some echo.
Okay. Is it okay? It's better now?
No, it still echoes.
Yes, it's echoing. Just a minute.
You still have an echo.
Okay, is this better?
Slightly better, but I think if you can squeeze the other one, it's
the other one has been grabbed. So I'll briefly supplement Dr. Magby's talk by running you through the international conventions on health security, the challenges posed. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead, sir.
The challenges posed and the future directions. So next slide, please. So germs, plagues, and history have never been discommunicated from each other. And if you look back into history, you will find that reshaping mankind and civilization has been done through germs and warfare. So as early as 400 BC, the Syrian archers were using contaminated bows and arrows. I mean, with animal extracts. The Greco-Persian world were the first recommendations. And we now know that those were nothing but extracts of anthrax. And subsequently, 2 events, the plague of Athens and the megadeaths of Mexico, can be traced back in history as some of the events and footprints of megadeath, of why we should now have major conventions addressing this issue. Next slide, please. Coming to more recent times, we're back to major public health events. One is the footprints of megadeaths in history, the Spanish flu, that in 1918 to 19 hit about 500 million people, and the Black Death of Europe between 1347 and 1351 had a kill ratio of about 200 million people. So if you add up these numbers, you will understand that why biological systems are now considered to be a major part of the disarmament regime of the United Nations, and these can be the weapons of mass destructions of the future. Next slide, please. So coming plagues are reality. The current and the future are not going to be dissected out. So therefore, there's an urgent need for international communities, conventions existing to restructure, to understand, address the gaps, and move ahead with a different portfolio. Next, please. So here is a summary of the major international conventions as of date that addresses the issues of health security from multiple dimensions. And there's a cross-platform talk between all. This includes the Biological Weapons Convention, as my colleague Dr. Magvi pointed out, is perhaps the most, and Ambassador Chaturvedi also pointed out, is perhaps one of the most important conventions under the current circumstances, and also the most difficult one on the table at this point of time, which we all agree. The global health security agenda is more informal, but it is definitely taking shape and will be a major convention of the future to address health security issues. The international health regulations of the World Health Organization is already very strong and gathering more strength to become legislative frameworks in pandemic control. Finally, OPCW, which is the Organization for Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, this may not be having any direct consequence to international health in the sense of pandemics, but this is one organization of the UN which is extremely strong and has got a particular interface which has recognized the convergence of biology and chemistry and will be addressing the issues of mass destructions using biological systems. And this is the only convention that got a Nobel Peace Prize. Next, please. So Geneva Protocol, my colleague, Dr. Magvi just briefed you on that, so I won't waste a lot of time on this slide. It was formed historically in 1968, ratified in 26 March 75. It's a very powerful multilateral disarmament convention, which is at the cutting edge of the current circumstances. And hopefully we shall be looking at something productive in the upcoming 9th review conference. Next, please. So here is a small statement from the UN Secretary General that we have to redefine the needs, we have to redefine the risks, and we have to redefine the approach towards future in understanding the new categories of WMD. Next, please. So the UN Security Council resolution number 1540 is a very powerful resolution that adds more strength and teeth to the BWC. And on 28 April 2004, under the Chapter 7 of the UN Charter, this makes mandatory to the state parties of sound BWC to make sure that the clauses are implemented, monitored, and CBM submitted regularly for evaluation and analysis. It's been extended up in 2021 on negotiations. Next, please. So key provisions of the BWC, again, I don't think I'm going to expand too much. There are 10 articles, and as Ambassador Chaturvedi mentioned, and Dr. Magvi said, perhaps we have some very important articles like Article 10 and Article 7, but that does not exclude the other articles to have any diluted effects. Next, please. A very important component of the whole process of any convention or regime is their national implementation. So therefore, national implementation is the current focus where we have to understand that how effectively are these conventions getting implemented at the level of the nations. And so therefore, it involves 5 parameters. It has to be multifaceted, cross-disciplinary, multi-sectorial coordination is required, and components are very complicated. So the challenges come out only if you talk 1 to 4 at a continuous cross-platform dialogue. It's a time to understand that implementation no longer can happen if people live in silos. So understanding cross-platform, cross-boundary dialogue, it becomes a very important context from the current challenges to take these conventions ahead towards legally binding, non-prejudiced frameworks for international health security. Next, please. Implementation of the BWC and the 1540 comprises one of the most important responsibility of the member states and lies on 5 pillars: definitions, prohibitions and penalties, that means legislations, biosecurity and biosafety controls, and a code of conduct. That's, I think all these topics, as Dr. Magby said, are currently at the table and being actively negotiated. Next, please. So understanding national implementation of the BWC is a very important component, is capacity building, especially for the developing countries. Article 10 is the most important one that makes sure that human, animal, and all health is moving towards the concept of One Health that is being proposed. And civil society benefits at the end of the day with facilitation and technology transfer. Next, please. So surveillance, detection, diagnosis in respect to the current pandemic and biological threats of the future becomes a very important point to understand at a national level. And a key element that one has to understand is differentiating the natural activity of disease from artificial activity of disease or man-made incidences or threats that may originate from non-state actors. So this constitutes the most important challenge to understand and core capacity building of this treaty. Next, please. Emerging diseases are no longer restricted to small pockets globally. They have their footprints all over the world now, from Congo to South America to India to the remotest part of Siberia. So we need to really now have international organizations and conventions, not looking at silos and domains, but cross-talk towards a much more robust, powerful, and legally binding instrument coming into play. Next, please. So global emerging zoonosis trends, as you understand, is the next generation events which are combining very rapidly to provide the One Health more traction. This includes changes in environment, climate change is a reality, rapid urbanization, shifting demography, and climatologic factors. Anything that creeps and crawls can become a potential threat of tomorrow's disease. Next, please. So background and infrastructure modeling as far as India is concerned has been very robust and aggressive. And I think four actions initiated by the country has really given credibility and a tremendous amount of potential in understanding surveillance components of BWC and taking it forward. 1990, I think you all remember with the Surat plague, we were at a very rudimentary stage. But after that, in 2004, the IDSP created by the Ministry of Health, and 2013, the ICMR VDRL, that's the Virus Disease Network laboratories, which played a very crucial role in the current COVID-19 response, have given a very strong framework and confidence to the nation, and strengthening international partnership has been in the focus. Next, please. So this is just a snapshot to show you the VRDL, the pan-India response, pan-India diagnostic laboratory, accurate, well-designed, good quality control parameters, and can respond rapidly to the need of health emergencies of the future. Next, please. But catering to the health of 1 billion people of health emergency is not an easy job. Next, please. India, very powerful, ahead in science and technology sector, starting from the first bullock cart carrying a little satellite, has come a long way to the Mangalyaan. Next, please. And therefore, today, we have been able to synergize, interface, and really come up and live up to the expectations of the country and independence of our capabilities in emerging landscapes of S&T, public health and infectious disease, agriculture, and perspectives of sustainable developmental goals. Key S&T applications, therefore, span emerging technologies, surveillance, vaccine prophylactics, response, and preparedness. I think I'm running out of time at both fronts, so I'll be a little fast. Next, please. Next slide. So UN Convention of Biodiversity is a very important convention, which includes agriculture. Next. Securing your food bowl is very important, and therefore diseases of man and animal is not always a priority, but you have to think about agricultural pests, agricultural biothreats too. Next. So I bring you to the Global Health Security Agenda platform on 4 points that this organization, still at an informal dialogue stage with multiple countries, is trying to understand 4 important things. Understanding the gaps and risk analysis at a regional level, trying to comprehend these at a national level, infiltrate and permeate it to the civil society, because nothing can happen if civil society is not engaged in the response and sustainability of such developmental goals. Next, please. The World Bank Pandemic Assistance Program also needs specific assistance because every disease has got a price tag. So disease economics is pretty much on the focus in this point of time because GDP of nations of small and developing countries can be wiped out with one disease. risk stratification, imbibing the technology of more developed member states to help them do their own thing, understand better for growth. And I think it's important for me to note and project here that under this program, one of the most successful ventures have been the Togo Novasi platform model. Next, please. The way ahead is complicated, but the way ahead is positive. I think we have to understand three things: gap analysis and multi-sectorial coordinations, awareness of the concept and activities in relevant sectors, empower the youth and underprivileged to understand their responsibilities in their domains and have very strong national legislations. Next, please. Challenges are multiple and major. You can see the kind of challenge we face in our country on the right side, population. So demography changes, disease economic frameworks have to be more robust in any convention, fostering international cultures in biosafety and biosecurity, and more robust regulatory frameworks have to be evolved from these crosstalk platforms. Next, please. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Professor Tanu Basu. It was so quick, but very interesting, very substantive. And before I could take down my notes, you were running so fast, but I think it was interesting and very useful. You have laid out the broad contours of possible cooperation. You have laid out the specific challenges that we may face, and you have also captured very well the ideas that are there. Unfortunately, we are running 10 minutes late, and I would seek cooperation from all our speakers to help me manage time and take the slotted 10 minutes. So that I think would be extremely good. Now I have great pleasure in inviting from Harvard Medical School Associate Professor Dr. Eric Goranik for his remarks. So Dr. Eric, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to this wonderful group of leaders, and really learned quite a bit from the first couple presentations. I have a military background, and so we'd like to start with the bluff, the bottom line up front. The bottom line up front is in December, we were asked to set up the first mass vaccination site in New England, which is the Northeast United States. And get that up and running in 20 days. And what we learned very quickly is we were all doing this for the first time. And so what I'm going to talk to you about is how we learned together and built a collaborative that began as local, went to national, and now is global, for us all to learn together about how to get needles into arms as rapidly, as efficiently, as high quality and safe as possible. Next slide. So in December, at the end of December, it was actually Christmas Eve, I got a call from Atul Gawande, who was the director of Ariadne Labs, which is a group that's a joint program between the Harvard School of Public Health and Brigham Women's Hospital. And he had asked me, as the medical director of a large football stadium here in Massachusetts, can you organize a team with others to help set up the first mass vaccination site in New England? And our goal would be to exceed 5,000 vaccinations a day and get that up and running as fast as possible. So we started that effort, and we scaled, and eventually our sites, we had multiple sites, vaccinated about 1.2 million people in a matter of about 4 months. What we learned pretty early on is that we were doing this for the first time, and we needed to learn from others. So we reached out to colleagues that were at Dodger Stadium, which is in Los Angeles, and we set up Friday afternoon sessions and began to learn from each other, ask questions, and talk through it. We joked and called them Friday afternoon therapy sessions. And what we did is we started a collaborative, and that collaborative we scaled with some initial funding from RX Foundation in March, and built our Ariadne Labs Global Mass Vaccination Site Collaborative. Started with 12 sites from across the country, and now we have representatives from about 40 sites with over 70 members. Next slide. So it really was focused on how we have a community of practice to learn from each other. So it started with these Friday afternoon sessions. We would record them. We had different presenters every week. I put into the chat our blog, which we captured these lessons learned and recorded them and put them on a shared drive and opened up a Slack group so people could crowdsource questions and answers. Here's an example of how we were trying to get this information out so that it was an open, transparent, and problem-solving group to help us work through these scenarios. Next slide. And this is a picture of our Slack group. So using Slack, it was a great way to share documents, share playbooks. Different organizations build playbooks or tools or resources. And so we put those all together. People would ask questions as things developed over time, so we could learn and share from each other. Next slide. And we set up a Google Drive where all documents were housed in one area for people to exchange ideas and information. Next slide. We also conducted a literature review in real time so that we would update on a weekly basis, both peer and non-peer reviewed literature, so that we can house everything in one place for everyone to benefit from. This is the blog that I put into the chat, which essentially each week we had a scientific writer on those Friday afternoon sessions, and we've done 26 of those. So lessons learned from domestic and global, so that we could actually, as quickly as possible, get that out in a variety of different formats, whether that's video, audio, or written. Next slide. And here are some examples from that blog and those presenters. Next slide. Here's one example. This was from Canada. This was a group that came out there. And so we really try to keep it bulleted, very specific. And if you want more details, you can go to our link that has the actual recorded session. So you can watch it. Each session is about 60 minutes. The speakers, the individual speaks for about 20 minutes. And then it's really open to questions. And every time we thought, boy, are we going to use the whole hour? And it always went up until that point, because it would really spark great discussions. Here's the challenge I dealt with this week. How have you dealt with this? And we didn't necessarily have all the answers, but we had camaraderie, and we built this team, and it's been a really wonderful experience. Next slide. Here's another example. This was actually our local work. In this case, the Department of Defense in the United States set up 33 community vaccination sites. One of them was here in Boston, where we ended up at our peak was vaccinating 6,500 people a day. So this was an example of civilian military collaboration on site. The picture on the right is one of our pop-up sites. So we found that we sort of hit this peak with supply and demand, where that first wave where there was not as much vaccine hesitancy, we hit that pretty hard, and the vaccination sites were really helpful. Once we hit everybody that was not hesitant, numbers really dropped off. So we had to really transition our tactics to moving sites, mobile sites in the community, at houses of worship, at community centers, at schools, at smaller sites, indoors, outdoors, whatever it may be. And that's an example on the right of what we did. Next slide. And here's an example from a team up in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Green Bay is famous for a football team, the Green Bay Packers. And they call it Title Town, actually. And so this group teamed with several healthcare systems, which had never really worked with each other before, because they're competitors in the healthcare marketplace. And they rolled out a campaign that was really focused on vaccine hesitancy with different community members, clinicians, really a nice way of getting out information in a very transparent, open, honest way to break down some of those barriers around hesitancy. Next slide. And we also wrote about what we did as a team. We published several articles around critical concepts. This involved about 6 authors from different sites where we teamed on capturing some of those key lessons learned. That's open access, publicly available. We wrote about the initial concept and the pitch for mass vaccination sites and the importance of mass vaccination sites at the beginning when you're faced with a significant amount of people that are unvaccinated, the importance of volume and doing it in a safe and effective way to really get us over the hump. That was really critical. And then, of course, working with policymakers and advocating for various ways to deliver vaccines. Next slide. And here's where we are now. We just were provided grant by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, teaming with the Sabin Foundation, which has an organization called Boost. They have a wonderful existing global platform. They have thousands of members basically across the globe through this platform that they had designed and implemented several years ago, which is almost like a Facebook for vaccinations. It's an open access forum where you can sign in, and then you have access to a variety of different resources. So we're building this out that we have two ways of access. We've had several meetings with different stakeholders from various non-governmental and government organizations. And what we heard was very clearly, we need a one-stop shop. There's so much information out there. It's overwhelming for our frontline operators who are on the ground and trying to be informed. So what we are working on is an open access site that's called globalmassvaccination.org. It will have really three functions. One is a basic resource map that has all those resources in one place. And the next slide will show us a little more detail. Two is that blog links to the best practices, which was on the lower left. You can go back one slide. Thank you. And then the bottom right of essentially of the last slide basically demonstrates the link. Sorry, if you can go back 2 slides, a link to the community, the Boost community, so you have the benefit of other resources. So we're essentially scaling the work that we've done to a more global audience. We did have a group that presented to us about their work in India, and was led by Dr. Angela Chowdhury and Dr. Bhumika Nanda, who are part of the Swasti Health Catalyst, where they were doing about 973 people in 4 hours. So they've done some work, and we've also partnered with a group called Village Reach, who's done some interesting work in India, and now they're scaling to some sites in Africa. So we really are looking to learn from partners, bring them in so we can benefit from your knowledge, and vice versa, exchange some of the lessons learned from our experience to improve the rate of needles in arms. Next slide. This is the example of what we're building now, which is essentially that resource map, which would be a very simple way for frontline operators to be informed and go through each one of these different themes that have been identified as key points that individuals need to implement on the front lines when implementing mass vaccination sites. Next slide. And this is the final sort of summary of each of the buckets that we've worked on, which are the community resources, as I've outlined, our phone a friend, which is essentially having a subject matter expert, someone that's done this work before, have one-on-one conversations if needed, as opposed to a forum, a resource map, and then sharing those lessons learned in a blog. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Eric. And I think you have also helped me in managing time better, but you have raised some very important questions in terms of how we can actually get connected. And I think today, large number of ICMR and other actors who have joined in have been looking forward in terms of how these partnerships can come in. You have laid out this very well. I'm so thankful to you for also helping me in managing time. So thanks a lot. Let me now invite Dr. Preeta Ramarajan. Her introduction is there in the papers. Preeta has been working immensely well in terms of how this partnership is to be faced, but also she has also nurtured several of these initiatives. So great to have you here, Preeta. The floor.
Great, thank you. Hi, just checking. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, Dr. Preeta, please go ahead, please. Ma'am, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Hello?
Hi, can anyone hear?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Please go ahead.
I think she's not able to hear us. Preeta, can you hear us?
Okay, just checking. Am I actually, am I audible?
Dr.
You
Preeta,
are. You are.
All right.
Please go ahead.
Because I'm not seeing the slides.
The slides are on now.
The slides are on. We can see that, and you are also audible and visible.
Can others see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and start. So I can't actually see the slides for whatever reason,
Well, we can see.
I'm calling in from the U.S. Embassy, so take what you will from that regarding our internet connection. But thank you very much to the organizers, particularly ICMR, Dr. Anu, Dr. Chaturvedi, for taking the time to bring us together to discuss this very, very important topic, which has always been pertinent, of course, but never more than now. So next slide, please. And hopefully this is a slide of the history of collaborative work. But I think what I really wanted to highlight here was, in some sense, we heard this already, that, this idea of global health security is nothing new. And in fact, if we look at the various initiatives we've had, even in India over the last few decades, whether it was working together to eliminate smallpox in the 1970s, to work on HIV/AIDS, on TB, starting in the 90s, working to eliminate polio beginning in the 90s, and sort of finally achieving that in 2014. This is something that we have been constantly engaged in, because I think this realization that a problem in one place is a problem for all of us is not a new one. And in fact, again, although vaccines have certainly seen the limelight in the last couple of years, this has always been an essential part
Dr. Preeta, I think we lost you.
I know in the pre-meeting, she was having some challenges getting connected.
Yeah. While we wait for Dr. Preeta, sir, would you like to start summarizing the two speakers, sir?
Yeah, no, definitely I can do that. I was just thinking if we have any questions for any of our previous speakers or anything in the chat box, if you are getting it directly. I don't see anything in chat box. So because I think Dr. Atanu has to go for a meeting. I do not know if Dr. Jennifer is still there, but let us, or if for Dr. Eric, if there are any questions, any clarifications anyone has, we can use that time. And we are already running 10 minutes late, and it's going to be 6 now. So please guide me. How do we go forward?
Dr. Eric, I had a question. How would you envisage equity in setting up large-scale mass vaccination campaigns and mass vaccination sites across the globe? There is always this north-south divide, and the question of equity that, especially in the question of vaccine, almost becomes a human right issue. How do we take care of that?
Yeah, it's a great question. Fundamental question here is boosters, for example, in lower middle income countries versus rich first world countries. I think there are a few things at play. The first piece is from an operator perspective. How do we get vaccines on the ground and get them in arms in an equitable, safe way? We learned that initially there was a significant amount of vaccine hesitancy, we thought initially, in Black and brown populations in the United States. And it turns out that's quite flipped. It's actually more prominent in white males, primarily a political issue, we think, because there's a direct correlation with your political leanings and vaccine hesitancy. And we can see that in a variety of data. Now, when we transition to lower middle income countries, it's shameful, quite frankly, that we haven't been more aggressive or worked out ways that we can get needles in arms in lower middle income countries. I mean, the rates of vaccinations in Africa, for example, sub-Saharan Africa, are incredibly low. I'd love to hear what your current rates are in India. I know that they were quite low last time I checked. And the real question is, some of it is hesitancy, but quite frankly, there is the willing. And I think the hypothesis here is that there are many that are willing. It's a matter of getting boots on the ground, getting the vaccines, and figuring out ways to scale rapidly, which we can and should do together as a team. From my understanding, some of the real logistical challenges are cold storage on the ground in lower middle income countries. And there's been reported a significant amount of waste in those countries because either the inability to store or the inability to deploy. And those are two factors that should not prevent us from progression. It's amazing what our leading scientists have done and developed multiple effective vaccines. And it's on us to deploy them, as we have many logisticians throughout the globe that are experts in this space. Just slightly different, but it's a vaccine. Let's figure out how to do it.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much. I'll just check if Dr. Preeta has come back.
But meanwhile, Dr. Eric, let me ask you one more question in terms of scaling up the point that you made in the beginning, in terms of how efforts are. Oh, let me come back to you later. I see Preeta because we are trying to, please bring in, now I think you can see us, and ask ICMR to quickly bring back your PowerPoint.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Dr. Preeta. We'll just have your slides up in a minute. Yes, you're on, Dr. Preeta. Can you see the slides?
Oh, yes, everything's much better now. Thank you so much.
Please go ahead.
So I think, sort of where I left off was the idea that, we've always had these informal various efforts, but it wasn't until 2014 that it became clear that, yes, we need to be doing everything that we're doing in this broad way to address global health security, but we also need something very, very focused, because when it came to, our first modern big test, the Ebola outbreak of 2014 globally, we just, really didn't do very well. And it was very clear that many of the basic surveillance systems, detection systems, lab systems, just didn't exist in most of the world. And so was born the Global Health Security Agenda, which started really with some pilot assessments in 6 countries in 2015, but has really evolved since then to what is now a partnership of over 70, not only countries, but institutions, NGOs, the private sector, et cetera, all of who are looking in a very, very focused way on how can we accelerate our progress in global health security. I won't go into all of the evolution here in detail. I just want to point out a couple of things. If you look at the years through which we've had the GHSA, you'll see that it's had support, as we've changed administrations. And certainly over the last 2 years, I think the need for what we're doing has become increasingly clear. Next slide, please. The other point that I wanted to make actually was one that, I think Professor Basu made earlier, which is these systems are not independent of each other. The global health security agenda was very much designed to strengthen WHO's international health regulations. And the idea was, how can we help this other legally binding treaty, which all member states have signed into, by our own focused efforts. And so, while the IHR has a much more global approach to all hazards and all threats, GHSA was very, very focused on, let's start by funding intensively some of the threats coming from infectious disease. And because of the surge nature of this, the funding is in 5-year cycles, so that you really are looking at what are the targets we achieved at the end of every 5 years. Next slide, please. And the idea of GHSA, as I said, is to really have very, very specific targets, and each member state, each country has commitments that they make at these meetings. And I won't go into all of the various countries, but I just want to point out that the US is just one of a vast network of countries that are working on this. And if you look at, where we were concentrated in the last year in 2020, you'll see that the technical and financial commitment from the US was focused in 19 partner countries, specifically India being a very, very important one of them. Next slide, please. But one of the things that I think we've seen, and has been gratifying, honestly, is that some of this work really intensified in 2014 with the Ebola outbreak. And what we saw in the last 2 years is that so many of the investments that we've made between 2014 and now really came in very, very handy when we needed to pivot very quickly to COVID-19 response. And of course, there's things that we've done right and things that we've done wrong. But one of the things that I think is really inarguable is the speed with which many of our response activities around the world, and certainly here in India, really was mobilized. And a lot of that was because of previous efforts in building the structure. Next slide, please. So, speaking of investments paying off during the COVID pandemic, one of the things I thought I would do is highlight a few ways that, some of our US agencies have been working on this specifically. And in some sense, it's really been a whole of government approach with, so many different sections looking at this from different pieces of the puzzle, with our Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, really looking at the nuts and bolts of how do you strengthen outbreak response, how do you capacitate the public health workforce, how do you build disease surveillance systems, prevent infection, lab diagnostics, just, very, very crucial work over the course of this pandemic, and building on a lot of this work that they've done before. And Dr. Anup would know, having done much of this himself. We also have our National Institutes of Health. And again, I'd already spoken about our Vaccine Action Program. And again, that just pivoted very quickly from looking at TB and dengue and Zika vaccines to, okay, how do we get together and start developing COVID-19 vaccines? And in fact, at least 3 of the vaccines that are being used or in late stage development here in India right now have components that were brought together under the Vaccine Action Program. So, the efforts of some of these things are invisible, but they're there. So, for example, the adjuvant for Covaxin was something that, was really brought together and facilitated by the Indo-US Vaccine Action Program. So while we have this innovation for the vaccines, the therapeutics, the diagnostics, at the same time, we've had our US regulatory agency, FDA, sharing information as we have it on COVID-19 related medical products, etc., and also getting this in real time from India as we make our decisions on some of the products developed here. And finally, the office that I'm with, the Office of the Secretary, has been working very closely with the White House as well as interagency in the US to bolster global vaccine manufacturing and supply with a particular focus actually on India. And of course, this is just a handful of what the US government has been doing. Certainly USAID and Department of State and Defense and others have different pieces of this puzzle, but this is just a flavor. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I think became very, very clear, certainly to us as we were working on these various initiatives, but I think just globally, is that in order to accelerate innovation at the pace that we needed to, we really needed robust cooperation between multiple sectors, whether that was government, academia, industries, NGOs. This really wasn't optional. It was a critical necessity, whether that was in the development of vaccines, whether that was sharing of voluntary licenses, so that therapeutics, as they were developed, could be very, very rapidly expanded in terms of access and equity, especially to lower income and middle income countries, with India actually taking on a lot of those voluntary licenses and taking on this role as really the pharmacy of the world for this. And then, looking at the other end, once we have these products in hand, we need the NGOs, the medical facilities, government to roll it out. And I think, Eric's program that he just presented is a great example of that, we're not stopping at the innovation. We just really needed to get into the hands, into the arms of the people who need it most. Next slide. Just one example that I think many of you have seen in the papers recently was a commitment under our political quad structure, which includes India, US, Japan, and Australia, to fund one of the Indian vaccine manufacturers here to increase production of their WHO approved vaccines by 1 billion doses by the end of next year. And in fact, we were just down in Hyderabad a few weeks ago and seeing some of those finished doses, sitting there and ready to be deployed out to the rest of the world, was an amazing example of how high-level political commitment, along with all of the other pieces that we've talked about, can really accelerate innovation and ultimately preparedness. Next slide, please. So what are we going to do going forward? What are some of the US priorities on global security? Certainly, I think we will continue to look to expand global manufacturing capacity, not only for the vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics, but I think one of the things that we learned and didn't do that well for this last pandemic was really think about all of the supply chain ingredients that go in between. So I think we really focused on the finished products of the vaccines, not realizing that we were going to have this very, very rapid chokehold really of the supply chain materials quite soon in. So, moving forward, I think we have much more emphasis on looking at every piece of the manufacturing and not just the finished products. We also see the need to improve our genomic surveillance and reporting, not only of the SARS-CoV-2 variants for this current pandemic, but also for other emerging threats. So this is another piece that we are hoping to build out in the next 4 years. I think we also heard of the importance of building the bridge between the human, animal, and environmental health sectors in terms of not only having these surveillance systems in each of these sectors, but really having the ability for them to talk to each other to build a true One Health model. And then, of course, finally, to use the power of digital health information technologies as well as artificial intelligence to accelerate the knowledge in all of these. Next slide, please. So I would say, while we have this incredible opportunity and we plan to work in all of these areas, I think it's really important that we're simultaneously building a supportive ecosystem for all of this so that it's all sustainable in the long term. Whether that is, sustainable funding for health research, for health initiatives, the deployment not only of the digital health and the big data, but also the infrastructure and the policies to support fair data sharing, making sure that we're leveraging all of these innovations to allow on-demand delivery and manufacturing, something that we've been finding quite difficult actually through this current pandemic, making sure that the regulatory approvals are quick and speedy. Again, I spoke about the supply chains, as well as the creation of a skilled, both scientific as well as public health workforce. And then finally, thinking about all of this in the context of the ethical and social issues, making sure that we are achieving our ultimate goal, not only of access, but of equitable access. Next slide, please. And so I think our ultimate goal, as we've heard, is not only to build, but to build back better, but also more important, to do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Preeta, and good that you could finish it and we had no disruption further. So thanks a lot, and you can thank you for giving you good internet connection. So that's great. I think, friends, colleagues, we have had very good set of presentations. Before I get into summary, because we are already running late, do we have any questions with us that you would like to clarify? Because I was holding one for Eric, but let me see if there are any further questions in the chat box or in the Q&A. Do we have anything from ICMR and?
No, sir. I think you had summarized.
No. Okay, so I would, before I get into my summary, I just wanted to ask Eric this question that I was formulating when Preeta came back. It was largely about, Eric, this issue of scaling up. And there are these small success stories that are coming in here and there. How do we scale them up? And what's the view that you are having in terms of what Preeta was describing more in terms of access and equity? How do we do that? Because we hear from, like, for instance, a week back, UK audit team came out with the huge wastage of vaccine. So how do we evolve a better a sort of symmetric information system that helps in terms of how we sort of prevent wastage and we create better information flow systems to benefit everyone?
Yeah, I think wonderful question. Thank you. Our job is to remove the hurdles so that our frontline individuals who are operating with a focus on getting needles and arms have every possible resource to get it done. So many of our organizations, and again, I've got a military background, so I know this just as many others. We all know there's a lot of bureaucracy, there are a lot of challenges, and we've got to move from this concept of very linear organizations to empowerment on the front lines for individuals and transparent sharing of information. There's no secrets here, right? Let's get rid of this sort of blocking different information. And many people have done that, and it's wonderful. But we've got to take it to the next level. And so collaborating in open, honest ways. We saw that sort of on a micro level here domestically with our work. And really we're trying to get embedded on the ground in India. If you have partners, organizations, anyone on the front lines that's interested, please share our information. We want to learn from you. We want to translate some of the lessons learned that we've learned to get there, so that, again, we lower the barriers, we have transparent, open communication, and we become, as Stan McChrystal, who's a former general in the US Army, talks about, a team of teams. The idea that we can empower individuals on the front line and teams to get the information they need to make effective decisions and have the resources they need to get needles in arms.
Thank you. Thanks, Eric. I think this is very useful. I would just quickly try to summarize. I got the session 10 minutes late, but I would take another 3 minutes to present a quick summary, and I hope ICMR would be happy with that. First and foremost, I think we had a very good set of presentations, very substantive and very policy-oriented suggestions, which the DGICMR mentioned in his address today, and I'm sure part of that would be appearing in the Delhi declaration that would come up at the end of the meeting. So that's one. But I think Dr. Jennifer raised this very important point in terms of how we look at the Biological Weapons Convention, and how do we bring in more policy relevant support systems from the countries. Her point in terms of state parties to support capacity building, to support the idea of capable of detecting the infections, disease, and her point in terms of several examples that she gave, like India-France joint report for data development. So these are some of the practical measures that the parties have to strengthen across the members and their institutional frameworks. The idea of international cooperation in biosafety and biosecurity, the idea for greater exchange of information on livestock and environment, on toxic agents, etc. I think these were the 4 points which I thought Dr. Jennifer made pretty well, and I think are of great policy significance. Dr. Atanu Basu's presentation was equally interesting. He emphasized on specific focus on the role of CSOs on sustainability of goals, processes, the Togo Novasi platform that he mentioned, I think is important in terms of how we connect with successful cross-platform dialogues. And that, I think, Dr. Banji, is extremely important for us to emphasize. Point of concern that Dr. Atanu raised, and I think that's, but also for bringing in wider issues of climate and demography. In my view, Dr. Eric made a lot of different points. I have again picked up 5 of them, which I found very, very interesting. First, of course, is his point on a collaboration for access for vaccines and its equitable distribution. So if we have to do that, what kind of modalities we adopt? And he gave several examples through his own mechanisms. And I think the summary report of the session may pick up those links that he had in his presentation for wider dissemination. The second point, which I discussed just now with him, is about scaling up. And that, I think, is a major challenge almost all countries are facing, all international donor agencies are facing. So that, I think, is extremely important. The third point is about sharing lessons learned from COVID-19 and how do we take it to the world. And that, I think, is very, very important point, because if global collaborations and partnerships have to come up, they have to come up now, and they have to be shared now, particularly in context of the biosecurity mechanisms. Fourth point is about global mass vaccination. The globalmassvaccination.org, this work that he mentioned here in terms of best practices, in terms of documentation, the idea and the nature and the format, the template for its capturing of the information. I think these were the 4 brilliant points that Eric made, and probably if the agencies from various countries collate some of these in the template that he suggested, probably it would be of great policy significance. Dr. Preeta made some brilliant points, though we had issues in presentation continuation, but I think towards the end, some very interesting points have emerged. Her idea of sufficient and sustainable funding, development of big data that she emphasized is important. She talked about access and equity. And if I add I to it, Preeta, it becomes AEI, access, equity, and inclusion. So AEI, in my view, is the one that we need to take forward. And that's what, Dr. Banerjee, I feel ICMR may contribution with the AEI, access, equity, and inclusion. And that, I think, is important in terms of how we evolve it further and we bring in the issues forward. Dr. Preeta also emphasized on leveraging innovations and in on-demand delivery and manufacturing. She was profound in terms of articulation of how regulatory approvals are not efficient and how we can enhance efficiency of regulatory architecture. She gave examples of these partnerships by bringing in the political leadership and their role by mentioning Quad's role and high-level political priority on some of these issues. So that, I think, she emphasized. Her point on creating skilled scientific and health workforce is extremely important. If I take Eric's point further, the basic and fundamental requirement for scaling up would need skills. The fact that we ended up with black fungus is largely because after doctors and nurses, the tier 3 and tier 4 were completely out. So what kind of support mechanism we need? And that, I think, is going beyond doctors and nursing staff. We need to see how tier 3 and tier 4 comes up in the health infrastructure, and also here in the scientific research collaborations, those health workers, I think Dr. Preeta has very rightly emphasized. And she also emphasized in terms of contextualization, and that contextualization comes in from ethical and social issues, which vary from regulatory architectures that are there, the deficiencies that are there. And that's why I think her emphasis on multiple stakeholders and acceleration of innovation is a clear outcome of that process that she emphasized. Her emphasis on surveillance and data sharing, Dr. Banerjee, comes back from the previous session where Dr. S.R. Rao talked about that surveillance. And that surveillance, I think, comes in with, again, what Dr. Eric mentioned about exchange of best practices, sharing of information, which Preeta mentioned, which Eric mentioned, and Dr. Atanu also mentioned. So some of our speakers today had commonalities in terms of some basic fundamentals that are needed for global partnerships, and we taking that forward. Last but not the least, Preeta's presentation has also drawn out the funding pattern differences with the global health security agenda. So IHR 2005 and GHSA 2014, the broad modalities and the distinctions that she has drawn are very pertinent in terms of how we go forward. So this is what I have captured from this session, and I see I have taken some bit more time than I would have loved, but I think this was such a rich session. I thank all our panelists and a big hand for them in terms of how we look at the broad dimensions of our global security and partnership. So back to our colleagues at ICMR. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your summarization and your viewpoints. Today has been a long, hard day, and we have had so much food for thought that we need to act upon it. So with you and the other chairs, my only request is, as DG ICMR pointed out, let's have a declaration and work towards collaborating and helping each other to grow as a species rather than as countries or as communities. this is what ICMR has envisaged by way of having a B2C cell and biosafety and biosecurity cell to be prepared for any pandemics as well as biological disasters. I think it is high time in the midst of COVID. If we don't do it, we will go back to the old complacent situation and not prepare for anything that would come up ahead. On behalf of DG ICMR and the organizing committee of the B2C cell, I would like to thank all the speakers, all the chairpersons, and everybody, and all the technicians, all the technical staff, scientists at ICMR and ICMR institutions who have helped us in setting up this technical session, and also IIT Delhi for inviting us. Thank you so much, sir. It's been a great pleasure hearing from all of you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Anup. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Prita. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.